Yes, formally we are starting with our inaugural session. Honorable Professor Sudesh, Vice Chancellor, BPS Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur Kala, Sonipat. Dr. Ashok Verma, Dean Faculty of Arts and Languages, and Director IQAC, BPSMV, Kanpur Kala. Professor Rajashekhar Belamkonda, Senior Professor, School of Management Studies, University of Hyderabad. Professor Ashish Agarwal, Department of Physics, Director IQAC, GJU Hisar. Dr. Girdhar Gopal, Head Department of Computer Science, SD College, Ambala Cant. Dr. Mrs. Aarti Trihan, Principal, Aryakanya Mahavidyalaya. Dr. Poonam Sevaj, Convener and Coordinator of IQAC, and dear participants. A very good morning. I warmly welcome you all to this inaugural session of this esteemed seminar on the topic Strengthening Quality in Higher Educational Institutions, Insights from Accreditation Process and Quality Assurance Systems. Today, as we gather to deliberate on the critical facets of the quality assurance and accreditation in higher education, let us take a moment to appreciate the significance of this occasion. It is a platform for reflection, for a dialogue, and actionable insights that will pave the way for excellence in education. In the spirit of innovation and tradition, let us first invoke the blessings of Goddess Saraswati, the embodiment of wisdom, learning, and creativity. To mark this auspicious beginning, I invite everyone to join us for the Saraswati Vandana, a prayer to Goddess of Knowledge, seeking her guidance and inspiration for the success of the seminar. Let us now play the audio and immerse ourselves in the divine vibrations of Saraswati Vandana.
हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतिं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्।
We now move move forward. The keynote speaker.
Hello, Dr. Priyanka, you are not audible.
Hello, madam, am I audible now?
Now you are audible.
Yes, I think we lost the link and we lost. Principal ma'am, you're welcome, ma'am. Principal ma'am, you're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Ashok Verma ji, Dean Faculty of Arts and Languages and Director IQAC, BPS Mahila Vishwavidyalaya Kanpur Sonipat. Our esteemed resource persons, Professor Rajashekhar Balamkanda ji, and he is Senior Professor, School of Management Studies, University of Hyderabad, and Dr. Girdhar Gopal ji, Head Computer Science Department, SD College Ambala Kent. Worthy delegates, faculty members, IQAC coordinator and convener of seminar, Dr. Poonam Sivaj, and all the members of organizing committee. Very warm greetings to all. It is with immense pleasure and honor that I am here today to welcome you all to this DGHE approved national seminar on strengthening quality in higher educational institutions, insights from accreditation process and quality assurance systems. Today, we come together to discuss a topic of profound importance, one that forms the foundation of our educational aspirations and the future of our nation. This event brings together some of the most distinguished academicians, policymakers, educators, and stakeholders from across the nation to discuss and deliberate upon one of the most critical aspects of our society, that is quality in higher education. Education is not merely a means to acquire knowledge. It is the cornerstone of building an empowered, equitable, and progressive society. In this era of global competitiveness and rapid advancements, the significance of accreditation and continuous quality enhancement in education cannot be overstated. These processes act as benchmarks, ensuring our educational institutions uphold standards of excellence while fostering innovation, inclusivity, and integrity. At this moment of the seminar, to guide us, we have very prestigious speakers with us, and I take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt welcome to our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Ashok Verma ji from BPS University, and esteemed resource persons, Professor Rajashekhar Balamkonda ji from Hyderabad, and Dr. Girdhar Gopal ji from SD College Ambala Kent. Sir, we are delighted to welcome you all to this seminar. We are eager to gain from your vast expertise and learn from the knowledge you bring to this platform. We look forward to an engaging and enlightening session with you. I extend my warmest welcome to all the delegates and faculty members joining us today. It is through your collective wisdom, experiences, and commitment that we can unlock new possibilities for transforming the educational landscape of our nation. Let us use this platform to not just exchange ideas, but also to formulate actionable strategies that pave the way for a robust and inclusive educational system. Together, let us ensure that education remains the cornerstone of India's progress and empowerment of its people. As we embark on this day of discussion and reflections and knowledge sharing, once again, I welcome you all to this seminar and all of you joining us today for the presence and support. I express my gratitude to all the members of organizing committee and convener of this seminar, Dr. Poonam Sivaj, present here, for your commitment and efforts, as well as for the organizing committee members for their commitment and efforts in making this event a reality. Let us work together to identify actionable strategies and transformative ideas that will leave a lasting impact on the field of education, and let this seminar mark the beginning of impactful change in our journey towards quality enhancement in education. Thank you, and wishing all of us a fruitful and enriching day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I hope I'm audible now.
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, I'll not use my video. I'll only use my audio now. So now we move ahead. To provide us with a comprehensive understanding of today's seminar's theme, I now invite the convener of the seminar, Dr. Poonam Sivaj, to present the theme of the seminar and share her insights on the importance of strengthening quality in higher education through accreditation and quality assurance systems. Madam Poonam Sivaj.
Thank you, ma'am, Dr. Priyanka. Very good morning to Dr. Ashok Verma, Professor Ashok Verma, Dean. Very good morning to our distinguished chief guest, Professor Sudesh, Vice Chancellor, BPS Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur Kala, Sonipat. Keynote speaker of the inaugural session, Professor Ashok Verma, Dean, Faculty of Arts and Linguistics and IQAC Director, BPS Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur Kala, Sonipat. Dr. Girdhar Gopal, HOD, Department of Computer Science, SG College, Ambala Kent. Respected Principal Ma'am, Dr. Aarti Trehan, and worthy participants. This seminar on strengthening quality in higher educational institutions, insights from accreditation process and quality assurance systems, underscores the critical role of quality assurance and accreditation in shaping the future of higher education. In an increasingly globalized and competitive educational landscape, the quality of academic institutions has become a defining factor in determining their relevance, impact, and ability to meet the demands of diverse stakeholders. Accreditation serves as a cornerstone for fostering a culture of continuous improvement in higher education. It provides a structured framework for institutions to evaluate their performance against established standards.
मैडम आपका माइक ऑफ है, माइक ऑन करें मैडम।
एक बार एक क्वेश्चन सुना तक Sorry for the inconvenience. I am going to restart. So this seminar on strengthening quality in higher educational institutions, insights from accreditation process and quality assurance systems underscores the critical role of quality assurance and accreditation in shaping the future of higher education. Accreditation serves as a cornerstone for fostering a culture of continuous improvement in higher education. It provides a structured framework for institutions to evaluate their performance against established standards and benchmarks, identify areas for enhancement, and implement strategies to achieve excellence. Through periodic assessment and external validation, accreditation not only ensures compliance with regulatory requirements, but also drives institutions to aspire towards higher level of academic and administrative performance. Quality assurance systems, on the other hand, extend beyond the confines of accreditation to encompass a broader and more dynamic approach to institutional development. These systems emphasize the importance of embedding quality principles into every aspect of institutional development, from governance and leadership to teaching and learning practices. By fostering ethos of accountability, transparency, and innovation, quality assurance mechanisms empower institutions to respond proactively to emerging challenges and opportunities. This becomes especially pertinent in the context of technological advancements, shifting student expectations, and the growing emphasis on the interdisciplinary and industry-relevant education. The seminar provides a platform for stakeholders, including academic leaders, policymakers, faculty, and quality assurance professionals, to share insights, best practices, and success stories from diverse accreditation process and quality assurance frameworks. It highlights the need for a collaborative and inclusive approach to quality enhancement, where the perspectives of all the stakeholders are valued and integrated into institutional decision-making process. By fostering dialogue and knowledge exchange, the seminar aims to inspire institutions to adopt innovative practices and policies that contribute to their sustained growth and development. Furthermore, the theme underscores the importance of aligning institutional quality assurance efforts with the global trends and standards. In an era where cross-border education and international collaborations are on the rise, institutions must position themselves as globally competent and locally relevant. This involves embracing digital transformations, promoting diversity and inclusion, and strengthening partnership with industry and community stakeholders. So today's seminar on strengthening quality in higher education institution serves as a call for action from all the stakeholders to prioritize quality as a strategic imperative. By leveraging insights from accreditation process and quality assurance systems, institutions can build a robust foundation for excellence, relevance, and impact in ever-evolving landscape of higher education. Through collaborative commitment and continuous innovation, higher education institutions can not only meet but exceed the expectations of their stakeholders, thereby contributing to the advancement of knowledge, society, and humanity as a whole. I hope that the day-long discussions and deliberations will prove to be very useful to all the participants. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now it is my privilege to introduce and invite our keynote speaker for today, Professor Ashok Verma, a distinguished academic and a thought leader in the field of higher education and quality assurance. Though he was very particular not to talk much about him, but we had to do the honors. So with your permission. Dr. Ashok Verma is a professor in the Department of English at Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur Kala, Sonipat, Haryana. A seasoned academician, Dr. Verma currently serves as the Dean of a Faculty of Arts and Languages, and he's also the Director of IQAC of the university. With a profound interest in translation studies and marginal writings, Dr. Verma has made significant contributions in the field through his research. He has authored numerous research papers, presented his work at the national and international conferences and seminars, showcasing his commitment to academic excellence. He's also a certified NAAC assessor, contributing to the enhancement of quality in higher education institutions across the country. His dedication to fostering academic growth and quality assurance makes him a distinguished figure in this field. So we are honored to have you with us today, and the session is entirely yours.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka, for the nice introduction. And it's very awkward to listen to what other people are saying about you. So that's why perhaps I said no biodata reading, but then let it be if it is a part of protocol. First of all, I must convey my thanks and sense of appreciation to the organizers for conducting this one-day online national seminar on a very pertinent and relevant issue. And the issue is that of quality in higher education. Obviously, they deserve kudos for selecting this particular theme, because it is relevant also, and it becomes the need of the hour. The entire organizing team has been, working throughout the time for, arranging certain things, and I must congratulate them that finally the effort has turned out to be very nice. Having said that, let me begin with my presentation. I thought, what could I be talking about on this particular thing when we are referring to quality and enhancement of quality in higher education? So after due deliberation, I in fact came up with an idea. Why can't we talk about quality assurance through accreditation? And let us try to understand the basics. I feel honored to have this opportunity to be the keynote address in the presence of my own Vice Chancellor and esteemed dignitaries from across the country. It is obviously pleasing, heartening, and at the same time, it's challenging as well. Just like the process itself. The very process of NAAC accreditation, it's very challenging, and at the same time, it's very engaging. Dr. Priyanka, if I could be allowed to present.
Yes, sir. You can present your screen.
Okay, now the option floats. Yeah, is it visible now? Okay, you are presenting on my behalf, I guess.
Sir, I suppose it is your representation only.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. It is visible. You carry on, sir.
Thank you. So the topic for today's presentation, as I shared with you just a couple of minutes ago, it is quality in higher education through NAAC accreditation. understanding the basics. Actually, if we set the basics right, obviously the journey becomes cozy, and yes, of course, it becomes easier. About the quality, I was just reflecting on the idea. In fact, once upon a time, quality was very much embedded in higher education. And the moment we referred to higher education, there was no separate need to mention quality in it. But yes, of course, times change. And now we have to engage ourselves in quality control, in re-emphasizing upon quality, because perhaps in the changing world, ever new challenges are being faced. This, in fact, has become elusive as far as all of us understand what quality is. But as far as ensuring quality in higher education is concerned, I guess this is what the entire academia of the country, and why only the country, of the entire world is concerned about. In this series, obviously, I am reminded of the second, what exactly is the thing? The slide change is visible, madam?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. In fact, there was some kind of confusion here. So I thought I should bring to your notice the very basic idea that NAC propagates. And what exactly is that? To make quality the defining element of higher education in India through a combination of self and external quality evaluation, promotion, and sustenance initiatives. This, in fact, is the basic vision. This, in fact, is the motto, the basic philosophy behind establishing NEC. And yes, of course, the statement talks about the essence, and the essence remains in the quality. So quality is required. Now, how to integrate quality with accreditation, that would be my effort in the next half an hour or so to establish certain points. First of all, the moot question, why accreditation? Why should we go for accreditation? Many of us could give a very practical answer, and the practical answer is because it has become mandatory. Well, apart from that very practical answer, I guess we should focus on certain other aspects. Accreditation is very important. Important in the sense that it actually helps you in enhancing the quality of your institution. So the first point which came to my mind was, it actually regulates the processes. Whichever processes are adopted in the institution, could be academic, could be administrative, accreditation process. Once you go for accreditation, things take shape, and they fall in line, they fall in order. So this regulation, otherwise it so happens, and all of us have plenty of experience in this particular field. So otherwise it so happens that the processes, the rules and regulations, they are there, but then they are not regulated. So in order to have proper regulated processes in place, accreditation in fact becomes important. Right. So this is one. Then it determines the pace of growth, of the institution. Obviously, as higher education institutions, all of us are striving for academic and research growth in the field of research. Now, accreditation, because it demands certain things, it exacts, it makes you work continuously, assiduously. So it determines the pace of growth as to what would be the pace that you would grow along. The third point is that it incentivizes expansion. Expansion is another form of institutional growth. So not only institutional, but that of all the stakeholders of that particular institution. So it incentivizes expansion of infrastructure, expansion in terms of academic programs, expansion in terms of regional centers and n number of things. So these are some of the very commonly known benefits of accreditation, which we should also take into consideration. And apart from that, overall, it promotes internationalization as well. Internationalization in the sense that obviously that comes at a very mature and later stage. But yes, of course, if we eye internationalization for our institution, we have to go for accreditation. We have to take part in all types of accreditation. Here we are talking about NAC accreditation in particular. There are challenges as well. As far as NAC accreditation is concerned, there are challenges, and I have just enumerated 5 of them, but the list could be never ending as far as the challenges are concerned. Well, the first and foremost challenge happens to be that the process of NAC accreditation, it in fact has become very tedious and lengthy. At times, it takes an year to complete the process. And how about the preparations? The preparations go on and on for years together, and the outcome at times is not as per your expectations. The process is, the process, we shall be talking about the process as well. The process, when it becomes complex, obviously it becomes discouraging at times. So this is a very valid challenge, no doubt about that. There can be no denying the fact. Then too much data oriented. I'm referring to the NEC process, particularly after 2017. That is the present revised accreditation framework, and then in 2024 we have started talking about the binary accreditation framework as well. So RAF and BAF, as we may abbreviate them, the entire process is data oriented. Earlier it used to be too much inclined towards the peer team assessment. Now it has become roughly 70-30 kind of a division. So 70% of your information is submitted in the form of SSR when you apply for NEC, and whatever you mention in the SSR, that is you are being assessed on that only. And the peer team, the role of the peer team is to assess the qualitative matrix only. So this is again a challenge, because this overemphasis upon data, at times it takes away the entire spirit of the exercise. The third one is that, and we are experiencing it, we are facing it. It promotes unhealthy competition among the among the higher education institutions that we all have witnessed over the past few years. You know, A plus plus, then A plus, A, B plus plus. So these grades have created a divide, and the gap is you know, uh, too big. It's at times impossible to bridge the gap, and you simply cannot have comparisons between two higher education institutions. So this is another challenge. Promotes malpractices as well, though it is a byproduct of the same grading system. And data collection, I should have kept it at the very top of the list. Data collection is a challenge, because data, number one, it has to be collected, and number two, it has to be made presentable. So that in fact is a challenge for all of us that we have been facing. NEC has always been trying for quality enhancement, and that is why we have in its philosophy that the resources are ameliorative and enabling. The resources of NEC we are referring to, rather than punitive or judgmental. So the purpose of accreditation is not punitive. They are not here to judge you. They are not here to assess you even. They in fact are here to enable you and to suggest, recommend certain improvements in the existing system that you have. So the philosophy, the underlying philosophy of NEC is to make the entire exercise friendly, and the measures ameliorative and enabling. And the purpose is to maximize opportunities and capabilities of the HEIs. The mission of NEC, though this is again repetitive, and I want to disclaim any kind of originality here, because the material, it has been borrowed from the NEC website only. So the mission is to arrange periodic assessment and accreditation of institutions, to stimulate the academic environment, to encourage self-evaluation, accountability, autonomy, and yes, of course, other things. So we are familiar with these things, and since we belong to the academic world, any one of us could consult these core values and objectives and mission and vision statement of NEC. All those things are available. The thing is to get at the spirit. What exactly is the spirit? So NEC, in fact, is driven by these 5 core values, which again help in quality assessment as well as enhancement. So contributing to national development, that should be the primary value that all of us should adhere to. Fostering global competencies among students. Yes, of course, our students should have those global competencies, so that they could compete they could become citizens of the world, and they could compete with the citizens of any particular country, maybe from the first world. Inculcating a value system among students, that's very important, and time and again it has been emphasized at value system. You have to have a value system, and these values are to be inculcated. How do we do that? We do that through our higher education institutions, and value based education is the key to it. Promoting the use of technology, yes, of course, that is the need of the hour, and quest for excellence. Now, we have to pursue excellence. We have to go for academic excellence as far as our professional and research activities are concerned. So NEC in fact promotes these values. Now, at times it is said that NEC was established with these high ideals, but perhaps it has not been able to deliver. But no, I strongly disagree with such kind of an idea, and I would say that the impact of NEC has been there. It has been realized. Yes, there are limitations, and this is how we grow. This is how we improve. But just to brush aside the importance of NEC and the entire accreditation exercise, that I guess is not a very wise choice. So it has generated more interest and concerns about quality assurance among the stakeholders of higher education. It has been able to create better understanding of quality assurance. It has triggered quality assurance activities in many of the higher education institutions. If not all, then many, or you could say most of the higher education institutions have actually become aware about those quality measures, and they have started working in that particular direction. Then it has helped in creation of institutional database, very important, a very practical aspect of it. When you have to submit an information to NEC, obviously you create a database. So otherwise there were instances when the institutional database was nowhere to be counted. And now, due to accreditation requirements, institutions they have actually grown in terms of creating a strong database for themselves. Helped other funding and regulatory agencies to take some of their decisions based on the assessment outcomes. This again is a very important impact of NEC, of the accreditation process, that the funding agencies and other regulatory agencies or bodies, they are helped by the assessment outcomes, and yes, of course, those policy decisions are taken more properly. Data-based quantitative indicator evaluation, this is something which we are referring to the present system. Actually, right now we are in a transitional phase in the sense that the existing system, that is the revised accreditation framework, it has become almost redundant after the declaration of binary accreditation framework, and the binary accreditation framework is yet to roll out, right? So we are hanging in limbo. But let me assure you that the basic spirit of accreditation remains the same. So if we understand the nitty-gritty of the existing revised accreditation framework, it's helpful, and there are not sea changes in the binary accreditation framework. These changes are what you call tertiary changes, cosmetic changes, you could say, but then the essence will remain the same. So if we talk about the RAF, it is also data-based quantitative indicator evaluation. Earlier, it used to be purely peer team assessment based. Then system generated scores with combination of online evaluation and peer judgment. This I was referring to 70-30 ratio, where 70% of quantitative metrics, they would be assessed online by third party, and peer team visit will be there for the remaining 30%. Automated evaluation model with increased objectivity and transparency. RAF has brought a lot of objectivity and transparency to the entire accreditation process. Earlier, there were charges against the team members of being biased and subjective. So, in order to overcome this particular challenge, the revised accreditation framework was introduced, and it has succeeded up to a great extent in its objectives. Significant difference in evaluation of universities, autonomous colleges, and affiliated or constituent colleges. Yes, of course. If you have a look at the framework in terms of how many key indicators and quality framework, or the number of metrics that is different for universities, autonomous colleges, and affiliated or constituent colleges. Introducing key indicators on alumni engagement and student satisfaction survey. These are some of the highlights of the revised accreditation framework, the existing, I must say, existing revised accreditation framework. And the data validation is done by external professional agencies, the 70% evaluation which I was just referring to. Another feature of the present system of accreditation, that it is highly ICT enabled. That means it in fact is software driven. It in fact is entirely online. The entire process, right from submitting your IQA to the outcome of your final assessment, your final accreditation grade, it is entirely and purely ICT driven. So data-driven evaluation model, it is development of the software iterative model. Yes, application of all HEIs across the cycles. It is applicable for all higher educational institutions, whether they are going for the first cycle or the second cycle or the subsequent cycles and all. These are some of the points which make the present RAF a very robust mechanism to assess and to ensure quality enhancement. If we go by the process deployment, this is just a quick recap of how the accreditation process begins and how it proceeds. It begins with the submission of IQA, which is actually institutional information for quality assessment, and SSR. Then you have to, after once your IQA is accepted by NEC, you in fact will have to submit your SSR within 45 days from the date of acceptance of your IIQA. Then the student satisfaction survey, SSS as we call it. Student satisfaction survey is an important component. The day you submit your SSR, automatically system driven emails are dispatched to the students randomly, obviously. So the entire process is very, very transparent. The minimum requirement is of 10%. 10% of the student strength. And DVV is data validation and verification. Then pre-qualifier stage. After, if there are any kind of queries from NEC regarding the claims that you have made in your SSR, the process of data validation and verification, that in fact is undertaken. And once DVV is complete, then you are declared pre-qualified. This is if you are unable to get a minimum of 25% of score, then perhaps okay. So the pre-qualifier stage, then the peer team assessment, the peer team visits and assesses along the qualitative matrix, the 30%. It's a rough percentage, obviously, not exact, but then roughly 30% of the score is qualitative in nature, assessed by the peer team. And then the final score and grading is declared. This is the present system. All right. These are the 7 criteria. I'm sure all of us are aware of these 7 criteria: curricular aspects, teach, learning and evaluation, research, innovations and extension, infrastructure and learning resources, student support and progression, governance, leadership and management, institutional values and best practices. So in the existing system, there are criteria. In fact, are so comprehensive that they incorporate each and every aspect of your academic activities, academic as well as research activities. So so very comprehensive in nature, and in the revised framework, the best practices, institutional distinctiveness and best practices, they in fact are taken into account, which is very good. Every institution must be having certain best practices, and those best practices are given due credit if you are able to present properly and support with evidence. When we talk about this is just data, right? Distribution of metrics and key indicators across the criteria. So for university, 7 criteria, yes, of course, for all of them, they are 7. Key indicators, 34 and 32, that is the only difference. If we talk about qualitative metrics, in case of universities, they are 32. In case of affiliated colleges, 22. So and quantitative metrics, 55 and 34. So if we club them, then qualitative and quantitative metrics in all come to 87, whereas for affiliated colleges they are 56. I have tried to once again focus on our own state, Haryana. Where exactly do we stand? This is the present scenario. The present scenario where there are 56 universities in the state, and out of those 56, only 37.5% universities are accredited at present. So normally we think accreditation, because it is mandatory, so all HEIs are under the ambit of accreditation. So all have gone for the first cycle, but no, the ground reality is whoopingly different. Out of 56, only 21 accredited, and in case of the colleges, out of around 1100 colleges, 349 are accredited. And that is why in under the latest proposal, you find that the binary accreditation framework that has got one particular objective, to bring all the HEIs under the ambit of accreditation. So that is the first objective, and even our state government is trying hard for the same. This is just for a reference only. 7 criteria, and their weightage has been shown in the table. When we talk about the process of online SSR module, we get to know that there is basic profile of the institution, then there is extended profile. Extended profile becomes the denominator for all calculations, right? So some basic information related to how many programs you are running, how many students you have, how many students have appeared for the final year exam, and all those things, student teacher ratio. So that information you find in the extended profile, followed by the quality framework. These are some of the highlights of the present existing RAF. And student satisfaction, that was survey, was an innovation, something which was added in the revised framework only. Then innovation ecosystem. If you go for innovation, yes, that in fact goes to your credit. Alumni engagement, institutional values and responsibilities, institutional distinctiveness, all of them, they were very, very significant. And yes, of course, their inclusion has paved the way for the institutional growth as far as the accreditation was concerned. The stakeholders focus, input, process, output. Though we have been talking about binary accreditation since 2024, and we celebrate that this time we have these 3 criteria for us: input, process and output, but they in fact have been a part of the existing system as well. And the entire process is to ensure stakeholders' satisfaction. Having said that about the existing one, I would briefly be talking about the key recommendations of Dr. Radhakrishnan's committee as well, the binary accreditation, which is the talk of the town nowadays. Binary accreditation means accredited, not accredited, or what we call accredited, yet to be accredited. These 2 types of recommendations, these 2 types of categories which you will be focusing upon. And one particular aspect of this BAF is that it focuses on maturity-based graded levels, level 1 to level 5. Level 1 to 4, they are levels of national excellence, and level 5 stands for international excellence. So those institutions with level 5, they in fact would be of international standards. One nation, one data platform. Data collection, as I said, it is in fact a challenge, and all institutions face the challenge of filling out the data, once for NEC, then for NIRF, then for maybe AISHE, and likewise. There are different platforms where you need to submit data. So Dr. Radhakrishnan's committee has come up with a solution, and that is a welcome solution to a very practical problem. There should be one data platform where the entire data could be uploaded by the HEIs, so that there is no variation of data. Then focus on process and outcome or impact of the initiatives. Consider heterogeneity of institutions. These particular recommendations, they consider heterogeneity. Homogeneity means one size fits all. Heterogeneity stands for the diversity. So it celebrates, it acknowledges the diversity, the variety of institutions, and that's why we are waiting eagerly for the documents to roll out. Right? Only then things will become tangible, concrete. Otherwise, we are just discussing things on the basis of the recommendations. Expanding accreditation to all HEIs, I have already referred to it. Trusting the institutions. Institutions are to be trusted. There must be a trust. And in the present system, at times, it is felt that there is trust deficit between the agencies that in fact evaluate and the HEIs, as if the HEIs are not providing proper information, or they are just going the other way. So amalgamate program and institution accreditation, robust outreach mechanism. This is one of the key recommendations, and hand-holding and mentoring. Now, hand-holding those institutions in need. That means rural institutions, institutions in remote locations where facilities are not as easily available as in the metropolitan cities. So hand-holding, there is a provision for hand-holding and guiding those institutions as well. Two particular things about the existing RAF versus the BAF, that is binary accreditation framework. In the existing RAF, we have 7 criteria. In binary accreditation framework, 10 attributes are there. Now, criteria have become attributes. So 1 to 10. And from the grading system, we have actually moved to levels, level 1 to 5. So not significant changes in the system. The spirit remains the same. Of course, some additions have been made in the present system. These are the objectives which the committee has enumerated. Number 1, reducing the cycle time to 50% of the existing RAF. The present cycle time is 5 years. 5 years for once you get accredited, it is for 5 years. Now, yes, of course, they are going for perhaps 3 years model, and let the documents be published on binary accreditation framework. Things will become clear only at that particular time. Appropriating fee, yes, of course, at times it is felt that institutions find it completely unable find themselves completely unable to pay the whooping fee, accreditation fee. So they are considering a fee cut as well, accommodating variability among higher education institutions on the basis of focus, whether you wish to be teaching oriented university or research oriented university, location, orientation, all those things are taken into consideration. Preparing higher education institutions for maturity levels. We are referring to level 1 to 5 only. I am just concluding as to how to proceed about it. How to proceed? The process remains the same, whether it is RAF or BAF. The process remains the same. We have to undertake the process. So how to proceed? The first thing I thought which is required to proceed properly and effectively is adopting convivial approach. Adopting convivial approach is very important. By convivial approach, I mean we have to have a friendly kind of, a pleasing kind of approach towards the entire process. If we become skeptical, become critical about the entire process, perhaps we end nowhere, isn't it? So convivial approach is very much required. Then for us as academics, it's very important that we identify with the growth of the institution. We have to identify with our institutions. There has to be a kind of oneness with our own individual growth and the growth of the institution, because they go hand in hand, the institution and the individual. Without the institution, the individual cannot grow. Then what do we do? Understanding the nitty-gritty, understanding the nitty-gritty of the entire process, understand it, and continuously spread that understanding that we have to come across. And assiduous culture, to me, in every institution, there has to be a culture which goes on and on. Culture, by culture, I mean work culture, the environment, the practices, they have to be continuous, they have to be relentless. There cannot be any lapse, and we have to go for it. Right. So these are some of the ideas that I thought I should be sharing with you. Once again, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and I am sure this national seminar is going to pave the way for a better quality understanding to all of us. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Ashok Verma ji, for your enlightening address. Your insights have set the thought-provoking tone for the seminar and highlighted the importance of quality in higher education. Now we move forward, and it is my honor and privilege to present the profile of our chief guest, Professor Sudesh, the esteemed Vice Chancellor of Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya. So before inviting her to deliver her presidential address, I would like to present a brief profile. With your permission, ma'am.
Please.
Professor Sudesh is the esteemed Vice Chancellor of Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur Kala, Sonipat. Prior to her appointment as the Vice Chancellor, she was the professor in the University School of Business Management at Kurukshetra University, where she also held leadership roles as Director of Women's Study Research Center and Human Resource Development Center. She was awarded the prestigious Commonwealth Fellowship in 2002-3 at Cardiff Business School, UK, and a postdoctoral fellowship in 2009-10 by the University Grants Commission, New Delhi. With over 31 years of experience, Professor Sudesh brings a unique blend of academic, administrative, and research expertise. Her contributions include publishing numerous research papers in the areas of banking, financial services, and management. She has gained international exposure by engaging with institutions such as Oxford University, Cambridge University, Warwick University, and the London School of Economics in the UK, as well as the University of Sydney in Australia. Professor Sudesh has actively contributed to UGC programs aimed at building capacity for women managers in higher education, serving as trainer, coordinator, and even participant in key workshops. She is also a respected member of the editorial boards of various research journals and statutory bodies, including the executive councils and finance committees. She has initiated curriculum reforms, including the implementation of CBCS system, and has organized impactful seminars, such as the International Seminar on Relevance of Gita in the Modern Day Management and the National Seminar on De-risking Indian Culture. Professor Sudesh's dedication to empowering women through education and her innovative vision for academic excellence continue to inspire and elevate the standards of higher education. We are indeed privileged to have her with us today. Ma'am, we are delighted to have you with us today. I humbly request you to grace the seminar and deliver the presidential address.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka.
Madam, since you could not join in the morning, our principal would like you to first welcome, and then we can proceed. Thank you.
No, I don't.
Namaskar, ma'am.
Namaskar.
Namaskar. Let me start. Honorable Chief Guest of today's seminar, Professor Sudesh Ji, Vice Chancellor, BPS Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur, Sonipat. Our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Ashok Verma Ji. Our esteemed resource persons, Professor Raja Shekhar Balamkonda Ji and Dr. Girdhar Gopal Ji, were the delegates, faculty members, members of organizing committee. Very warm greetings to all of you. It is with immense pleasure and honor that I am here today to welcome you all to this DGHE approved national seminar on strengthening quality in higher educational institutions, insights from accreditation process and quality assurance systems. Today we come together to discuss a topic of profound importance, that is quality in education systems, one that forms the foundation of our educational aspirations and future of our nation. This event brings together some of the most distinguished academicians, policymakers, educators, and stakeholders from across the nation to discuss and deliberate upon one of the most critical aspects of our society, that is quality in higher education. In the current era of rapid transformation and innovation, ensuring quality in education remains a paramount challenge and an invaluable goal. At the heart of today's seminar lies a shared aspiration to explore innovative strategies, sustainable practices, and collaborative approaches that can redefine the standard of education in our country. To guide us in this significant dialogue, we have a luminary as our chief guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Sudesh Ji, a leader whose vision, expertise, and tireless dedication to the cause of education have left an indelible mark. As an inspiring personality, she has made exceptional contributions in her field and stands as a beacon of excellence and leadership. Madam, through her excellence and groundbreaking work and visionary insights, has been at the forefront of initiatives aimed at improving educational practices and outcomes. Respected Vice Chancellor Professor Sudesh Ji, it is a great honor to have you as our chief guest today, ma'am. I extend a warm and respectful welcome to you, madam, on behalf of Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya. Madam, your presence today truly enriches this event. Your session today promises to guide us towards actionable strategies, innovative solutions, and a deeper understanding of how to elevate the standards of education. This aligns closely with the seminar's mission to inspire stakeholders in education to collaboratively raise the bar of academic excellence. Your words will undoubtedly inspire and enlighten us as we strive to foster greater accountability, innovation, and excellence in our education system. We are eager to hear your insights and perspectives on this crucial subject. And I also express my heartfelt gratitude to you for sparing your valuable time for us. I also welcome our keynote speaker as well as resource persons during this inaugural session, as well as all the delegates who have joined us today. And I express gratitude to the organizing team for organizing this valuable event. Thank you, and wishing all of us a fruitful and enriching day ahead. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Aarti Tehran, the principal of the college, organizing this one-day online seminar on a very important and pertinent topic. I'm also thankful to Dr. Priyanka and the IQAC coordinator, Dr. Poonam Sevach, for inviting me or associating me in some capacity on this a very important theme on which the seminar is being organized. And I'm all the more delighted, and in this quality journey, you have chosen the keynote speaker also from my university, Dr. Ashok Verma. And I could also see a few more resource persons. I don't know, Dr. Gopal Girdhar, if I'm not mistaken. He wanted to work with me for his PhD, but is it the same Gopal Girdhar? I could see in the participants if it is the same, and a few more faces who happen to be associated in this academic journey somewhere or the other. Yes, Gopal, I'm pleased to see you here on this platform. And Dr. Ashok Verma, who shares this quality journey at my own institution, was with you. He's talked about various criteria, how they are shifting, what the new accreditation system is going to be. And I would like to share my experiences of this accreditation processes, though they have been highlighted by the keynote speaker. But there are some very, very important things about it that was that everybody, every stakeholder of the institution have same feeling about this process. It is not a process which is to be driven only by the principal of the college or the IQAC. So first of all, my experience with accreditation processes is that everybody has to be equally involved. So it is the duty of the leadership to convey that accreditation is going to help each and every stakeholder of the institution. Generally, what we have observed through our own experiences is that it's only few people who are involved in the process, and they keep working hard. So the quality does not come in unless and until everybody is involved with the same, spirit. Then teamwork has to be there. And I think Professor Ashok would agree to me that this is what we experienced at our own university. So accreditation, a lot of things, how the processes would be, have already been talked about. I would like to talk about this quality of education or quality in higher education institution. So if we see it in Indian context, education in general and higher education in particular is a powerful tool to build modern, value-based, knowledge-based and cultural-based peaceful society. So if we talk about developed societies, they do not exist without quality education. So considering that component into mind, we find that higher education is given a lot of importance in developing societies. And if we look at primary education is necessary for creating a baseline, while higher education is extremely important for providing cutting edge. If we want to become global leaders, if we want to have cutting edge, then we have to have a good higher quality education system. Higher education contributes to the growth of nation by providing specialized knowledge and skilled manpower. Now, if we look at India, India is one of the largest higher education system in terms of quantity, next to US. But when we talk about quality, there are concerns about the quality of education being imparted in the country. If we look at the broader level, our big corporates, companies, they are ready to fund researchers in Stanford, in Oxford, but not in our own institutions, because there is some concerns about the quality and the credibility of the output of the higher education institutions. And quality of the higher education institutions is a major concern. We all agree. In academia, a lot of debates go on into this regarding this. And this is basically, quality is not increasing. The common causes for poor quality of education basically are generally described in terms of, I say, it is in terms of shortage of faculty. We all agree. That is attracting quality people to teach. जो data दिखाता है, more than 50% of our sanctioned posts are not filled up. Teachers are overburdened. This kind of challenges. Faculty intake, if it is done in a proper manner, the quality issues could be addressed in that light. Then second is lack of infrastructure. Things are changing very fast. In this digitalized global world, we find that the higher education institutions, particularly which fall into the public sector, government colleges, public funded universities, they have lack of adequate infrastructures. Proper labs are not there. Steps are being taken up, but the ground reality is that quality is also impacted by poor infrastructure into the higher education institutions. And coming over to the curriculum, what we are teaching is not in line with what is the expected outcome. So basically these 3, 4, 5 things, they impact the quality of education, higher education, lack of permanent faculty, because when we have academic discussions, infrastructure issues could also be addressed. First and the foremost is the dedicated people with missionary zeal should be there in the higher education. Then only the quality would improve. Passion for teaching. And we find that these days, this coming of NEP is going to provide a lot of opportunities to the teachers, higher education institutions, if it is being implemented in the right spirit. Teachers have to play a very important role, because they'll be the creators, they'll be more important in NEP. If they are not convinced, they are not motivated, I think the quality of higher education will not improve in the desired manner as we are expecting it to be. And major reforms in accreditation and higher education system are coming up in times to come in, particularly with this implementation of NEP. The higher education system is transforming rapidly through implementation of NEP, and we have a target of 50% GRE in higher education by the year 2037. along with enhancing the quality of education, which is a paramount importance to the nation. And the topmost Indian institutions are expected to compete with best in the world, achieving higher levels of quality, and which is dependent upon processes such as teaching, learning, research and innovations, motivated teachers, which I believe is utmost importance to the whole scenario of quality into higher education. Then enhancing employability skills of the students, equity and societal integration, academic ambience, commitment to sustainability rather than infrastructure and inputs. And these accreditation and ranking will become an integral part in transforming the higher education in India. In major development, we have seen that this Government of India, it has formulated a committee called Radhakrishnan Committee, which has come out with its findings. And in its preliminary report, the committee has suggested certain recommendations, which Dr. Ashok has touched upon, particularly the binary accreditation. The accreditation will be accredited, or the grades will not be there like they were there earlier. Now it will be the levels. Then maturity-based graded accreditation, level 1 to 5. That has also been touched upon by Dr. Ashok Verma. And one nation, one platform. So these changes, they have to be understood by the higher education institutions if they want to be a part of that process of enhancing the quality of higher education. And I'm glad in the new system, there'll be a lot of importance given to heterogeneity into the higher education institutions. Now, these days, we have the same framework for urban institutions, same framework for rural institutions, same framework for institutions of national importance and newly established institutions. This heterogeneity will be addressed into the new binary system that has been suggested by the committee. So in that light, I think a lot of opportunities would lie with the higher education institutions. The only thing that is important is understanding the spirit. Understanding the spirit, why it is important. Dr. Ashok was pointing out at times in the new institutions when he was talking about the challenges of accreditation. The process is tedious. You pointed out, to my mind, it is not tedious because except for the IQAC, others don't tend to understand it. It is very simple. So my personal experience with accreditation says that each and every teacher of the college, of the institution should understand it well, and a lot of small meetings should be conducted, departmental level, unit level, at like when we talk about the universities at dean's level, everybody should understand and have the same feeling that this accreditation process is going to benefit each one of them. Tedious, it becomes tedious because we tend not to understand it, or when we believe that it is the work of only the IQAC coordinator, unko data bharna hai. So if we understand the processes, because I've been associated with the accreditation processes for last 7-8 years, and I see a lot of difference between the institutions in South and North India. Here we are doing things, but we are not documenting it because it has not been kept in our mind ki important hai. For example, we deliver lectures. We find it very tedious to maintain a course file. Or when we are talking about outcome-based education, we know outcome is there. But understanding how to measure outcome, again, is difficult for the way our teachers are trained. I think if we do that, the whole process will become very, very simple, and it will be beneficial, not only for the individuals, because I personally have been benefited by these processes. So head of the institutions have to ensure that people understand it. They will not understand in one go. Repeatedly, they have to be told, and they have to be told why it is going to benefit them, because people are result oriented. So I think that really worked. I still remember our own journey of accreditation processes. People were not ready to go for it, even the senior faculty, because they were looking for what benefit it has for us. So as an head of the institution, we had to tell them, yes, it is going to benefit you in these ways. So that strategy probably would be very, very important. So persuasion from IQAC, a lot of patience. I'm very happy to share that Dr. Ashok had a lot of patience. He could get it done for my university. And one more suggestion is there. Practically, I'm talking about, there is a trend in higher education institutions for outsourcing the processes when it comes out to data collection. So please don't do that. That will bring no good to the institution.
Excuse me, ma'am, your mic has been turned off, I suppose.
Only one.
Your mic is still on.
Yes.
Yeah, now it's fine.
I think now it's open. So that is very important. I was in a NEC visit. Because, we all are from academia, we understand. Just by looking at the processes, one can get in sense कि outsourced processes हैं या लोग इसमें involved हैं, faculty. So there are marks for patents also. So these days, what people have started doing it, they outsource their patenting work also. So as a part of higher education institutions, we should discourage it. Madam Principal, you might have heard about the colleges who hire consultants. These are unethical practices, and we should discourage it. Because, any system, whether
Okay, ma'am.
it's good or bad, we as teachers contribute to that. See, generally what we preach, we don't practice. So when we have started talking about value-based education, unless and until the teachers demonstrated through their acts, they cannot expect their students to be ethical, value-based. So I think it is high time, when we are talking about quality. India की higher education में आप देखें, तो there have been a lot of ups and downs. We started from global accredited institution, not accredited, acknowledged institutions like Nalanda, Takshila. People from all over the world, they came and acquired knowledge here. Then we have colonial education system, which was very different, trying to create only the mechanical mindset people. Then post-globalization, in this era of liberalization, globalization, too much focus was on employability, technical skills. So a country cannot improve only through technical skills. There has to be a equal importance given to humanities, social sciences. I was just going through an article where a research is going on in how Oxford, I believe, for more than 70 years. And it has come out with that if a country want to be happy, people of a nation want to be happy, one of the important things is they should have good social skills. If they do not have, they cannot be happy. So I think we as academics should focus on it. To what extent we are imparting social skills to our students. Because input has to come from, these days when they're coming out with quality framework, a lot of inputs they try to take from academia. So we as teachers should be reading all these documents and giving our inputs as to how the quality could be enhanced. See, we messed up things during this process of liberalization, globalization. Everything tend to become very, very technical. Lot of importance was given only to technical courses. Then suddenly we realized that people have done their engineering, they hardly have any social skill, they are not fitting into the social ambit. 9वीं 10वीं से बच्चा पढ़ना शुरू करता है ट्यूशंस पे, मैकेनिकल कोर्सेज, and ultimately by the time he enters the graduation course he is fed up. तो उन चीजों को भी ध्यान में रखते हुए अपने करिकुलम को डिजाइन करना चाहिए. और अब फिर हम बात करते हैं कि दीक्षा आरंभ कार्यक्रम हो, दीक्षा आरंभ में ये स्किल्स बताई जाएं. तो मुझे लगता है कि वी एज टीचर्स शुड बी एनालिटिकल व्हेन वी आर डिलीवरिंग आवर करिकुलम. करिकुलम अच्छा डिजाइन है नहीं है उसके लिए भी हम लोग जिम्मेदार रहते हैं, और हमारे पास कई बार अपॉर्चुनिटीज होती हैं बट वी डू नॉट अवेल दिस. दिस इज आई एम sharing with my own experiences, particularly affiliated colleges. They tend to take up whatever the university has prescribed them as curriculum. They should give their inputs through their writings to the board of studies if something new has to be inculcated or included in the curriculum. So that way we can enhance the quality. Every teacher is empowered to think critically, give its input in the classroom to their students, and through its writings into say a board of studies or through their research papers. And if my belief about quality is that a highly motivated teacher without any technology, without any infrastructure can do wonders, because these days there are so many opportunities to collaborate with institutions of higher levels, because societal connect is, we have experimented it at Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya. My students, they came from rural background. I collaborated with OP Jindal because they also do a lot of community service. Our institution to them was as their extension activity, creating awareness about legal frameworks, new things happening. So you, whichsoever institutions you are representing, you can collaborate with the best in the country. तो मैं तो सारी जो मेरा अपना अनुभव है वो ये कहता है, क्रक्स ये है कि टीचर में इमेंस पावर है. अगर टीचर मोटिवेटेड है, उनकी इंटेंशंस क्लियर हैं, वो अपने स्वार्थ, अपनी पेंशन, अपना उससे अगर ऊपर उठ चुका है तो कुछ भी कर सकता है. और एनईपी में तो ये अपॉर्चुनिटीज और ज्यादा टीचर्स को मिलेंगी. They can collaborate, they can create their own content, and they can have that freedom also. जो prescribed curriculum के अलावा जो हमारा internal continuous evaluation होता है, जिसमें उनको projects भी दिए जाएंगे, उन सब में बहुत सारी opportunities हमारे teachers के पास रहेंगी. और I am hopeful that the teachers of the modern times, they are going to realize it, that future of a nation, development of a nation depends upon the moral and motivation level of the teachers of a particular country. So that's my take on it. And that's how I look at it. Quality of high.
Ma'am, I think you've turned off your mic again.
See, is it open now? So my experience says that accreditation processes will come. They will have their advantages. They will have their disadvantages. I was reading somewhere that the topmost institutions, they are not becoming a part of this accreditation processes. But they are the ones which are already established brand. The mediocres will have to come into it once to put their things into place. But the basic philosophy of education is to be understood by the teachers. They don't have to be mechanical. Creative thinking, and giving opportunities to the students also to think critically will only enhance the quality of higher education in India. And I must congratulate Dr. Aarti Tehlan and the entire team for talking about it in an open way. Every teacher, whosoever, I think there are 76 of you are here, if you truly believe that teachers can make a change in the quality of higher education, whether through accreditation processes or not, if you are motivated, you can bring a change. So that's my belief, and I'm sure all of you will try to introspect and try to be motivated. You should feel motivated. You are very privileged that you are into a profession where you are being paid for learning. Teachers, we as teachers, we have got so much of freedom to think, to explore, to implement, and to make changes in the lives of so many people. So once again, I thank the organizing committee for giving me an opportunity to share my views on this quality of higher education and accreditation processes. Yes, they are important, but the more important is the moral of the teachers. When we talk about this NEP also, it is the dual belief of the teachers which takes it backward, this thing. So if we as principals, as vice chancellors, as academic leaders, as HODs, as IQAC coordinators should be repeatedly talking about it, convincing our colleagues and our students that quality of higher education is the only weapon through which India could become a developed nation. So we are very fortunate that we should contribute into this journey of giving India a status of Viksit Bharat. So with this, I personally thank Dr. Priyanka for roping in Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya into the whole process. Thank you all. And my best wishes.
It was indeed our privilege, ma'am. Thank you so much for your words of wisdom, inspiration, and we look forward to your guidance and blessings. Before we head towards the end of this session and deliver a formal vote of thanks, I would request all the participants to turn on their cameras so that we can have a virtual group photograph. All the participants, please turn on your camera so that we can have a virtual group photograph. Thank you, everyone. So as we approach towards the conclusion of this inaugural session, it is time to express our heartfelt gratitude to all those who have been with us and made this event a success. And to do the honors, I invite Dr. Poonam Sivaj. Madam.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka. A very good morning to our distinguished and honorable chief guest, Professor Sudesh, Vice Chancellor, BPS Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur Kala, Sonipat. Keynote speaker of the inaugural session, Professor Ashok Verma, Dean, Faculty of Arts and Language and IQAC Director, BPS Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur Kala, Sonipat. Dr. Girdhar Gopal, HOD, Department of Computer Science, SD College, Ambala, Kent, and resource person of our first technical session. Respected Ma'am Dr. Aarti Trehan, Principal, Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya, and worthy participants. I, Dr. Poonam Sivaj, IQAC Coordinator and Convener of the National Seminar, feel privileged and honored for being asked to propose a vote of thanks. Now, on behalf of IQAC Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya, I extend my sincere and hearty thanks to Ma'am Professor Sudesh for accepting our invitation and gracing our seminar with her presence. Thank you, ma'am. Today we had an opportunity to hear your thoughts, and this will surely going to be helpful for us in future. You have rightly raised the issues relating to recruitment of permanent faculty, which is paramount to attain quality in higher education. Ma'am, you have also emphasized that accreditation process is not tedious if we understand how to document the papers. So thank you, ma'am. You have shared your precious knowledge and time with us, giving wonderful, informative, valuable, and knowledgeable address. It will surely take us a long way in the process of accreditation. So it was really fortunate for us to be with you, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Now I express my deep sense of gratitude to Professor Ashok Verma, who has enlightened us on the topic of seminar, Strengthening Quality in Higher Education Institutions, Insights from Accreditation Process and Quality Assurance Systems in an excellent way. Sir, you have explained very well all the existing 7 criteria of RAF, while also in explaining the possibility about binary accreditation system. You have explained RAF versus binary accreditation system. So it will prove to be very helpful for all the participants from different institutions who are going for accreditation in the near future. Sir, we are highly grateful to you for accepting our invitation and delivering interesting, informative, and valuable talk. Thank you, sir. So once again, thank you, Lord, thanks to all of you. And I also thank all the participants for joining this seminar. I hope that it will enrich your knowledge, improve your skills in quality assurance systems in HAIs. So thank you all for encouraging us to conduct this, to organize this seminar. Thank you all.
So with this, we come to an end of the inaugural session of our seminar. And without delay, we are proceeding with the technical session 1. Dr. Rajinder Kaur, she's coordinating the session. She's the in charge.
Yes, a very good afternoon to all of you. Let's start the session, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Rajinder, ma'am, you please carry on with your session.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Singh. First of all, I welcome all the participants on this technical session 1. I want to give brief information about this session. That this technical session has 2 plenary talks. First talk will be covered by Dr. Girdhar Gopal, and the second talk will be covered by Dr. Raja Shekhar Belamkonda on the topic quality measurement in higher education. Dr. Girdhar Gopal, are you here?
Hello. Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible. Yes, sir. Welcome, sir. I heartily welcome our esteemed resource person, Dr. Girdhar Gopal, and all the delegates on the behalf of our managing committee, our principal ma'am, and the organizing team of this seminar. It's my honor to introduce our esteemed resource person, Dr. Girdhar Gopal, to all the present here. Dr. Girdhar Gopal is a distinguished academician and researcher in the field of computer science. A goldmine of academic achievement, he has qualified the UGC NET examination multiple times, almost 7 times, and qualified UGC JRF examination thrice. He holds a doctorate degree on hybrid genetic algorithm for optimization problems from the Kurukshetra University under the supervision of Professor Rakesh Kumar. With an outstanding GATE score in multiple years in 2010, 11, 2017, and 18, Dr. Girdhar Gopal has consistently proven his expertise in the field. He has an impressive array of technical skills, including Python's, MATLAB, R language, SPSS, Hadoop, Java, C language, TDL, and advanced database management system. Dr. Girdhar Gopal's research impact is reflected in his citation index with 240 citations on Google Scholars. On the Scopus, he has 15 indexed articles and impressive ResearchGate profile with RI score of 264. Dr. Girdhar Gopal is a productive researcher with over 32 presentations and 36 research papers published in reputed journals and conference proceedings, alongside the authorship of 6 textbooks and editing of 7 seminar proceedings. During his research journey, Dr. Girdhar Gopal has handled numerous research projects and authored comprehensive lessons for the distance education Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. His dedication to innovation is reflected in his contribution to intellectual property, with 1 UK design patent granted and 2 patents published. Furthermore, Dr. Girdhar Gopal has organized 50 faculty development programs, seminar, workshop in collaboration with leading institutions. His academic contribution extend to delivering over 30 expert lectures on different topics. Dr. Girdhar Gopal administrative and academic roles are equally commendable. He is currently serving as Head of Department of Computer Science at ST College, Ambala, Kent. He is also the member of Spoke and Neptal local chapter. He is the coordinator and convener of various associations. Beyond academia, Dr. Girdhar Gopal has substantial industrial experience. He underwent a several 6-month project training at IntelliSolution Karnal and worked as a software developer at the same organization from 2008 to 2013. With a passion for education and research, coupled with an impressive blend of academics and industrial expertise, Dr. Girdhar Gopal stands as a role model for inspiring academicians and researchers. His strength lies in his determination, readiness to embrace challenges, and unwavering dedication to excellence. We are truly fortunate, sir, to have you with us on this platform. And now I welcome Dr. Girdhar Gopal for sharing his expertise on the topic quality enhancement parameters in higher education institution and their documentation. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Rajendra ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
A very good morning to all present here in this state-of-the-art topic of the national seminar. I'm thankful to the organizing committee and my good wishes to the principal ma'am, the IQAC coordinator, the IQAC team, and other faculty members who are in front of the curtains and behind the curtains also, as we know that many people are involved in this activity to organize this kind of national seminars and inviting those persons to deliver a talk and then manage the papers, the parallel sessions, and a lot of things are there in conducting such kind of things. So good luck from my side. We heard two eminent personalities in the morning, like the keynote session and the preliminary talk by Dr. Sudesh, Vice Chancellor ma'am. Both have talked really great about the higher education institutions, the teaching in higher education institutions, accreditation. Because there are some parameters where you judge basically in some sense in higher education institution. Although Madam also shared a very great thing about Nandala and Takshashila, that such kind of things are already there. And their higher education institution should not be judged, but they have some quality parameters where any person outside that particular institution can look for that institution where it stands. NAC is basically in that parameters. Earlier, from the very beginning, when the colleges have started in the first cycle, second cycle, third cycle, and we have a lot of repetitive cycles of NAC accreditation. The period of one cycle will be 5 years, and it can be of 7 years also if you have a more than A grade in last 3 consecutive accreditations. So there are different parameters for different institutions. Basically, what we suggest to our students also, if you are focusing on some particular, say, some students are preparing for the JEE exam in their 11th or 12th, and they want to pursue their higher education in their graduation through some best colleges of the India. So some students have their target as JEE, whereas some students target the knowledge. And the difference becomes to than when they come to the undergraduation or post-graduation entirely. So it depends from what kind of quality parameters, what kind of stakes you are taking for your future. As far as the higher education institutions are concerned, because we have stakeholders, the students not only there in your campus, because those are your current students, your passed out students, the alumni. They are also one of the parameters, one of the stakeholders you an higher education institution is having. So for those also, as well as the parents of the current students, as well as the passed out students, because these two, the parents and alumni, they are not inside the higher education institution, but they affected mostly by the quality of a institution. So all the HEIs generally, these quality parameters have to be assessed by them, and they have to focus on the quality parameters. Why so? Because in monetary, in non-monetary, both kind of aspects, quality parameters are very needed for the educational institutions. If a college is having better quality, then it can cut out its costs also at various expenditure levels. No doubt, for maintaining the quality, they have to plan their budgets and they have to plan their expenses towards the quality enhancement. But those quality enhancements will lead to better judgment and better quality of those institutions later. So when a student comes to for the admission to a, say, suppose XYZ 3 colleges are there, then what is there in the mind of a particular student that I should get admission in X college or Y college or Z college throughout pan India? So the judgment parameters are these kind of, say, NAC accreditation, NIRF ranking, NBA accreditation. These are some of the parameters in higher education where a student judge or basically look for a particular institution that where it stands for. And the institutions with better quality will stand higher in these kind of rankings or accreditations, you can say. So we need to categorize the quality in some cost-effective manners, satisfying the needs of the stakeholders, as well as the continuous improvement. Continuous improvement is something which is there in the stake of learning as well as the institutions also, because in computer science, if there are some people from computer science, the model and software engineering is their CMM capability maturity model, and there is CMM level 5, just like the maturity based grading proposed by the NAC to the level 5. Continuous improvement is one of the key focus areas there, because to make a system reliable and flexible and consistently reliable, basically consistently reliable is to be maintained, and continuous improvement is the key major role, key role in making it. Then the flawless outcomes with zero errors, as well as the achieving the highest of standards. These are the goals of some of the higher education institutions, and the students in future look for these kind of quality parameters in educational institutions. Yes, we got something called NAC accreditation in 3 different scenarios right now. One is yet to be announced for the details, but it has been announced in the last year. One is prior 2017, that is only peer team visit format. I think before June 2017, you can apply in this. And then since past 8 years, from July 2017 to July 2024, many institutions have been accredited with the RAF called Revised Accreditation Framework. And then they announced something called Basic Accreditation or Binary Accreditation. And along with the binary accreditation, the maturity-based grading or maturity-based levels, you can say, will be proposed. It has been proposed from 2025, since on the officials of NACs, they said from in August 2024, they will share it, but it is still in development because a lot of problems are there in RAF as far as if I talk from the side of an higher educational institution, because I had highlighted some of the things here in my presentation also, that how different institutions vary in different manners. There are two different words called assessment and evaluation. It's better to look for what kind of assessment you are working, and NAAC basically works for National Assessment and Accreditation Framework. So all the faculty members, students, the institutions should look towards the NAAC as an assessment criteria, not as the evaluation criteria. It's just a difference of looking at the same thing, but assessment is something to assess yourself as an institution and then work on the quality of itself to increase the quality of that particular institution. The Honorable Chairman NAAC in news in 2024 September, these are the key lines he said in his address to a press conference, that he expressed his goal for the institutions to come under the purview of accreditation. Because in the morning, Ashok sir also highlighted that only around 30%, 32, 33% of the institutions, whether universities or colleges, have been accredited right now under NAAC. So why major institutions are not going under this process of NAAC, NIRF, NBA, whatever it is, only quality parameters, because they all are for a particular institution. So he expressed that the new system should be something like everybody should not be feared about the output. To achieve this thing, they formulated the binary accreditation framework, and the institutions will not feel scared for applying in this binary accreditation framework, because many changes according to the institutions also. The problems we are facing as an institution in current accreditation framework will be resolved a bit of. Then one component, that 30% component of peer team, 38% component of peer team assessment might be invisible for a time being and maybe introduced in some new sense, so that that also can be driven by the technology. And the technology, the online systems, and maintaining quality in a very transparent manner is the key aspect for this binary accreditation framework. Everything should be online, should be available on the institution website, as well as that thing called the One Nation, One Data platforms. I will come to that. These are the three terms, because it is still under consideration, so they might change the things, but you can understand the transition from the current grading system to the binary accreditation system. They highlighted these numbers also once. They might change, so don't focus on the numbers only. But in the current criteria, in the current accreditation framework, it's like a CGPA out of 4 to be given to an institution. And then in binary, something like this will happen, that they go for a particular threshold, because only quantitative metrics will be there. You have to follow strict guidelines, strict SOPs, standard operating procedures, and then you will be lying somewhere in these three categories. If they come with 3, if they come with 2, then there will be only 2 categories of accredited and non-accredited. There might be in some between, with the in-between procedure, because accredited colleges will get a period of accreditation as 3 years. And there will be something called awaiting accreditation, where an institution has applied, but not scoring that much CGPA, not scoring that much thing, so that they can fall in the accredited category. So they can be given 1 more year, so that they can reapply for accreditation. And for the time being, they are provisionally accredited or awaiting the accreditation. And then there are something called not accredited, which are for below the threshold level, or not even had applied for the accreditation. So this can be a threshold criteria, once highlighted in the seminar by the NAAC officials, but it can be something like this. You can forget those, and ultimately it will be on the curtains, it will be like this. Behind the curtains, it can be like this also. But ultimately, right now, the CGPAs, the grades are visible if you omit those grades and those things, you will get 3 words like this. So this will be the tentative future of the binary accreditation framework of NAC, because basically they want to destroy this kind of nature in our teaching pedagogies. We all as a teacher know that in classrooms, something like this generally happens in most of the classes. You can't deny the truth that no, everybody, I'm not talking about every class of every teacher of every student, but most of the scenarios are like this in higher educations nowadays. So that's why the integration of one nation, one data is there. They got you for this kind of one nation, one data platform, where if I show you about, you can look for this ONOD platform. Has been designed by the AICT, not yet approved, and not it is still under consideration because it will be in launch, I think, in December 25. So it is something like one nation, one data platform using the All India Survey of Higher Education ASHE code. You can access your content, and the institution will be able to log in as an institute, or you can be able to log in as a faculty only, student, or admin at the AICT level. They can fetch the data of the institutions, any person, and then at the end, these are the 4 names you heard about: NAC, AICT, MIRF, and NBA, which are presently available for accreditation kind of things in India, in higher educations. So you can select, you can enter the data once in this particular platform. Obviously, the institution can itself update the data annually, but when they have to submit the data to NAC, they will be able to transform, or they will get the automatically fetched data from this particular platform to be filled in the NAC to the AICT as per the NIRF criteria, parameters, those 5 parameters, whatever data has been asked and whatever data will be available in this particular platform, you can fetch from there. And the same will be as per the NBA formats also. So the alignment of all the accreditation or grading, evaluation, assessment, these will be there in this particular platform once it has been established. This is the goal of this particular platform called One Nation, One Data by the Government of India. So that no hassle in maintaining the data, collecting the same data again and again from the office, from your department, from your institution, from other departments, and assembling again in a different kind of formats. It is very clumsy and very time consuming nowadays, but that's why a lot of colleges move to the kind of ERP kind of structures, enterprise resource planning, for their institutions. Because once you have minimal difficulties in maintaining the data in the institutions, the quality of data will improve, obviously. And for that, you can design. Right now, we had also designed for our college some kind of platforms where we maintain we record the data for the NAC accreditation, for NIRF, for as well as student attendance also, student internal assessment also. Everything is online, and then any faculty can enter that particular data if he or she is at home, he or she is attending some kind of FDP, and they receive the certificate of that particular FDP. At the same moment, they can enter that particular certificate in the particular criteria of NAC in the portal. So that later on, when the IQAC demands for the data, because generally faculty members think that it is the work of the IQAC to maintain the data only. But as far as the institution is concerned, any kind of accreditation applies to the institution, not only IQAC, or not only one person, the principal. So it is the institution-wide platform, and it should be the institution's all stakeholders' responsibility to maintain the data. Also highlighted by ma'am also, that all the faculty members, whether you are involved in any kind of accreditation or not involved, you are the part of that particular institution. It means you are involved. You have something to, some point, or you can say, short role to play in that particular accreditation also. or rather I will say that without you it's impossible to get that particular accreditation. You can think of it as this also. Everybody have its own role. Then what happened in what will happen in the binary accreditation framework? Earlier, Ashok sir highlighted those 7 criteria which are there in the revised accreditation framework, and now in binary they divided the criteria into called different kind of parameters, and they categorized the parameters into 3 things. The inputs, because treat it as at the institution level, we have some inputs to the institutions, the students, the curriculum. These things will be the input to the institution. And then during the study of a particular program, 1-year program, 2-year, 3-year, 4-year, 5, whatever the duration of the program is, during that particular period, we go under a particular process. We deliver the particular curriculum. We go for some extension activities for the students. We get some collaborations and MOUs with the other colleges or other societies and industries for various XYZ reasons. And then we get some particular output when a student passed out or postgraduates from your institution. They go for entrepreneurship, they go for some innovation startups, they go for some kind of jobs, and they go for some home businesses, family businesses. These are the 3 aspects which will be highlighted by binary accreditation framework in respect to the current ones. Respected Madam Sudesh also highlighted in the morning that right now the same criteria has been followed by all the colleges, whether the college is situated in a rural or urban, only girls college, co-ed college with 500 strength of the students or 5,000 strength of the students. Okay, these all are the parameters, but it should not be there for the assessment of all the higher education institutions on the same level. It should be something like this, which is proposed in binary accreditation framework. The foundational metrics, those are the 7 criteria in the revised accreditation framework, and these are the names of 10 foundational metrics in binary accreditation framework. Little bit changes might be there in the final draft, but as far as I hope, and many of you also attended the seminars organized by NAC, the regional workshops, conferences, there they highlighted that because it's all, they want to take the feedback from the actual parties which are getting affected from their policies, and then they got these kind of aspects. These are highlighted by them, and they need your feedback. So every college also received a mail regarding the feedback of these kind of things. If your institution has filled this, the same things are there. The 7 criteria are earlier there. Only thing is, which I highlighted in input, process, and output. These 10 will be highlighted, will be categorized into those 3 categories: curriculum design, faculty resources, infrastructure, financial resources and management, teaching, learning, extended curricular engagement, governance and administration, student outcomes, research and innovation outcomes, and sustainability outcomes. So the input matrix, basically, because you need to understand the fundamentals of how it will work in future for binary accreditation frameworks. The bifurcation of these 3 things: input, process, and output. The input metric, the fundamental resources, which will be their bare minimum input to the higher education institutions. Necessary groundwork should be placed, because these are the inputs of students, input of curriculum, faculty, input of infrastructure, as well as the financial resources. So they will they will ask the data regarding how many faculty will be there, what kind of faculty is there, how much experienced faculty is there, what kind of infrastructure you have. Because unless or until you work on your inputs, you can't work on your outputs alone. So they evaluate or they assess basically depending on 3 different things. First is input. These 4 will be touched upon in the input categories. Then the process metrics will be how the things are being driven at your institution. from the admission process, the administration process, the teaching process, and the bare minimum part of the faculty is the research part, the research initiatives taken by the institute itself as well as taken by the faculties by themselves. These kind of metrics will be proposed in the framework so that you can enter the data and accordingly evaluate or assess your institution. Otherwise, what happened generally is if you fit in the assessment or if you get the good score, you will be happy. Otherwise, you say that there is a problem with the net because of different scenarios in different situations. How you measure the output of an institution? The outputs are generally the academic achievements, the research impacts, student employability, and social contribution. So nothing extra is there. All the three metrics, input, process, and output, they are highlighted by NAAC. All these things are there in almost every higher education institution. The quantity, the degree of one particular thing may be lesser or higher in a particular institution, but things are there. These all metrics, these all things are there. So they want that, and it is the essential aspect of the education that the ideas, exploration, the cognitive ability of the student should be highlighted after the graduation or post-graduation, after any kind of study you provide them in your institutions. So it can be like the same thing should be looked upon by in different aspects, and you should provide a kind of environment, you should provide a kind of learning framework so that different students can look for this at the things in different manners, so that they can take those kind of things in their real life for their utility in different aspects. Those the gravity can be looked upon in different manners, like this, in 4 different manners shown in this slide. So this should be cultivated to the students that they are able to get different aspects of the same thing. Other than binary accreditation framework, we will be having a maturity-based graded accreditation, where will be having total 5 levels. The 4 levels will signify the institution of national excellence. The first level, emerging institutions. Second, developing. Third, the established institutions. And fourth will be the advanced institutions. And 5th level will be for those who are having some foreign, will be of kind of global excellence for multidisciplinary research and education. So they will categorize different institutions in different things. The binary, the accreditation will be a different thing, and maturity-based grades will be a different things. You can apply for a higher grade if you fall below in any of these 5 levels. Parameters will be out, but basically whatever is present now in the revised accreditation framework will be more exercised and will be more fruitful for the institutions, for the stakeholders also, and more use of AI techniques. Because whenever the things are online, it's not like you can convince a particular person that we had conducted this particular activity and please accommodate this in this particular metric. It's not like on the online quantitative questions. Like right now we have that DVV kind of process, data verification and validation. In these kind of accreditation, the artificial intelligence will be used more, as far as the NAAC officials have highlighted the things, that whatever documents you have submitted, they should not be forged documents, they should not be false documents, and all the documents must be true as per the institution's concerns. The parameters, the 10 parameters, and their actions at institutions. Because what happened now is, to be accredited or to have NAAC accreditation, an IRF ranking or NBA accreditation, I suggested some of the actions to be taken which falls under these 10 parameters decided by the NAAC. And I hope all are agree with me that these 10 parameters are those which are actually the components of a higher educational institution. Other than this, we have nothing at our institutions. These are all the part of the process, maybe a bit less, maybe a bit more at XYZ institution, but they all are part of the institution. So you should focus right now on your institution, the working of your institution. Say for curriculum redevelopment, we need the outcome-based design. Like ma'am also said that you should be able to provide the feedback to your affiliating university. Whatever action has been taken by the university, that's a separate part, but you should play your part only. If you are not providing the feedback, then that's a false thing at your end only. So you should provide the feedback that we are facing this particular problem in our curriculum, so that please revise it like this. Because our aspect of looking at a particular thing is only the exploitation, is a narrow-minded kind of thing. You look for your college only. University look for the whole, all of the colleges. So some things will be better, some things will not be better, but it will be for the generalized kind of aspects. But still, the outcome-based design should be there in the curriculum redevelopment, and it is there in some spirit in the NEP. We all are highlighting this. The flexibility and inclusivity will be provided by the universities. The curriculum designing in NEP, it is there. The continuous review, the feedback is a part which should be undertaken by the institutions. You can't neglect any kind of feedback and feedback should be there from all the stakeholders. You can't neglect any one of them. If you are not taking feedback from your alumni, then you will not be able to be in a position to graduate your current students so that they will be market ready kind of things when he or she is being graduated from your institution. So take the feedback and work on those feedbacks. At university level, provide some feedback that these are the analysis or these are the actions to be taken based on our alumni feedbacks, and some of the actions to be taken at your end only. At institution level, you can also implement mainly some kind of policies there. Then there is something called infrastructure enhancements. Infrastructure enhancement, because in the input category, I have highlighted that infrastructure will be a parameter where they will demand some data, and you can't be up to date in teaching without up to date infra. So you need to work on those monetary things also, that how to upgrade your infrastructure, whether related to the tech-fi things or whether related to other scientific things, in musical things also. In all the aspects, infra means not only, I'm not talking about computers only, I'm talking about all the, you can say the table and chairs of the college also. It's all depends from the infrastructure available at the college. Then the accessibility, because if you have some particular infrastructure and even if a single student of your college is not able to access that particular infrastructure, it's of no use. And basically, of all type of students, if there is some Divyangjan student in your institution, then you should be able to provide the facilities to that particular student also. Then only the infrastructure will be counted in that manner. Plus the sustainability initiatives. The sustainability initiatives, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, yesterday the day before yesterday, he also highlighted these kind of technologies, that India now becoming or now hosting more and more things regarding green technologies, reducing the carbon footprints. You can even treat it like reducing the coal using and increase the use of solar energy, because these things are there now in the institution's assessment also. You will be having some points if your institution is having solar energy. You will be having some points if your institution is working on water recharging, rainwater recharging or rainwater harvesting. Even I just want to highlight that you can work upon very small things. एक जहाँ बच्चे पानी पीते हैं ना, उसका जो वाटर कूलर होता है हर इंस्टीट्यूशन में होता है जनरली, वहां जो पानी, उसका जो पानी वेस्ट जाता है उसको भी आप मैनेज कर सकते हो. otherwise वो गटर में तो जाएगा ही जाएगा. If you are able to do that kind of things, because वो आपके इंस्टीट्यूशन के अंदर की सारी चीजें हैं. एक एक पत्ता अगर आपके पेड़ों से गिर रहा है, उसको आप डस्टबिन में डालो, उसको आप कहीं भी इधर उधर बिखरा रहने दो, या आप उसको प्रॉपरली मैनेज कर लो. These all will affect to the environment, and sustainable environments will be, जब भी बात आती है, the first thing will be looked upon will be the institutions, schools, colleges, universities. सबसे पहले इन्हीं के तरफ देखा जाता है, that they should provide a model to the society that this is how these things can be managed. Educational societies. Then for the faculty development, it is a part right now also. We all have some kind of faculty development programs, research support for seed projects should be granted by the institutions as well. So institutions should work on this aspect also, that they will be able to provide some kind of seed projects to the newly recruited faculty members, so they can work on some kind of projects, and later on they will be able to apply for some research grants at various levels, for UGC, for ICSSR, for CSIR, at various different levels. And how to cultivate the leadership skills in the students as well as the faculty members. Then the research culture, what kind of research culture is there in the institutions? Because again, this thing varies from institution to institution. We know that the culture of research in higher education institutions, in colleges, will be different in Haryana, will be different in Punjab, will be different in Kerala, will be different in Assam. But as a whole, as a nation, it should be there. So we need a reinvigoration of research culture in higher education institutions. That's why these IPR addresses, even if the faculty is not highlighted about what the IPR activities are there, how we will be able to cultivate this thing in the students. Then the student services, what kind of career counselings or internships or placements you are providing during the process, as well as their mental health and mental counselings, psychological aspects of the students, because this you should agree that this age period where the student is there in the college have different aspects of the life. So all those should be managed, and that's why they need their counseling by a well counselor in colleges also. Then the extracurricular activities, the sports, the cultural, fine arts, all these kind of activities, they are already the part of the accreditation framework. And that's why I highlighted that in the beginning, these are all there in the institutions right now, maybe a little bit or maybe a little more. And then the governance. The governance is generally led by the, you can say, the principal of the institution and the IQAC. And these two should play the role of governing and compliance to the governance. That's why to have more e-governance, and the e-governance should be more transparent. Transparent things will have more accountability, but will have more clear policies and clear-cut procedures, which will lead to better quality engagement. Then last part is the strategic planning and risk management, because that if it is you can say the sustainability development, or you can say the extracurricular activities, they all need a kind of planning, and they all, in real life, nothing is there without risk. Only thing is that risk should be assessed, and that assessment should be able to mitigate that particular risk. For this, you need a long-term vision in higher education institutions. You can't, obviously, we can't think of that what will happen to our 2025 pass-out students, okay, and neglect the 2026, 2027, and so on. You should, every IQAC or principal should have something like every year they rework on their next 5-year future work plans. The next 5 years, we will be targeting this kind of things in our institution, and we are working, or we are taking these particular steps to achieve those particular vision or mission statements, and that for particular future works. Otherwise, what happened is generally, I don't want to highlight this particular satire. You all well agree with this thing. This should not be the aspect of higher education institutions. Then in case of NEP, basically what happened is, yes, the NAC, the ONOD, One Nation, One Data, NIRF, NBA, they all will be aligned, as I already shown you on One Nation, One Data platform also, that the NAC reforms will be a strategic alignment with global education standards, so that every educational institution will be able to highlight these aspects. Other institutions or other frameworks, they all will align time by time. It's not a one-day process. It will be by just like the GER is not correctly 50%, but the target is there that by 2037 it should be 50%. And because we know that nothing is to be there and nothing can be done in one day in educational institutions. So many people are involved in this thing, and so many aspects are different there. So we need many particular things in this aspect. Lastly, I will highlight one more thing called the integration of technology, because NAC highlighted something like there will be the use of more AI in future. So we also can use as artificial intelligence, the famous name, the Chat GPT. Other than this, there are a lot of AI tools you can use, and you can have better opportunities and neglect the barriers with you. These are some highlights. I'm not saying that you should use it in this particular aspect ke aap yahi se sari cheezein banao, but get a start of it. If you have a task of, say, suppose you want to design a particular policy for your environment sustainability in your institution, you can ask the system that it can give you a particular draft, because it will give you a particular draft only, and then you work on that particular draft, get it personalized to your institution, and then get it finalized by your IQAC as well as the principal. But if you are stuck somewhere, you can use this. That's why I had highlighted some of the aspects you can use the Chat GPT in higher education in different aspects. I hope they will be of use for many of us in future. And likewise, as far as you can say the NAC is concerned, I can show you one more thing. Like this is ONOD. Two more aspects called, one is called the LMS, Learning Management System. The learning management system is something, because this will be one of the aspects you need in kind of NAC accreditation aspects. This is for our college. We had highlighted, we had created this kind of aspect. I appeal to all the institutions to work on these kind of quality parameters. One is learning management system. Once you provide it to your faculty and students, they will start getting benefited from these aspects. Again, don't expect much in the very early stage. It will take time. They will be getting it used to, because we know our real life difficulties presently available in the systems. And it's not that everybody should be too much proficient in using these kind of technical aspects. No, but some of the faculty members or some of the students, and those some will highlight your institution later at a very high speed. You can have lot of these are just glimpses of what kind of courses you can offer. And when you have things available on your mobile right nowadays, you can attract more number of students instead of Insta and Facebook to your LMS. If you are providing that kind of aspects through your learning management system, the students will obviously be there. And other aspect, one kind of data management system, unless or until मैं वापस इस पे आऊंगा कि जब तक आपको ये नहीं मिलता है, one nation one data, you should design something like data management software where you can use it for maintaining the data. Because Otherwise, all IQAC coordinators will agree with me that if they have gone through the NAC accreditation framework, it's a very tedious task to collect the data and to manage that particular data in such a manner so that you will be able to reproduce it as far as the NAC is concerned. Whatever the NAC asks, it is very cumbersome process, and the time taken by this particular process should be minimized. The focus of the IQAC, the principal, the faculty members should not be on collecting the data. But right now it is this one. That's why you can design some kind of parameter, like I already told in the beginning, that in some particular criteria, key indicator, there is a question of faculty members participating in the FDPs or any kind of training programs, and any faculty members have some logins of their own. They can add their data in this particular metric from anywhere, because it's all about online, from mobile, from laptop, from desktop. And once you attend something, instead of getting it piled in your Almira, you can share that particular certificate right at that particular moment here, and later on, whenever it has been asked by the IQAC, they can see from here. If there is some problems are there in the scanning, or certificate is not properly scanned, they can check, and ultimately they can ask for the updation of the same things. So some kind of technology use must be there if I talk about as far as the higher education is concerned. If you integrate the technology in the institutions, I hope the better results will be there for the institutions in any kind of assessment. NIRF, NBA, and NAC, these are just again 3 names which are presently available right now. But we have more things. I hope I am able to throw some light on these aspects, that how you will be able to address the quality in your institutions. And that's what is needed. Dr. Ashok already said in the morning that these things are required in the institutions in this manner. Any queries, I will be allowed to address them.
Any participant has any query? No, sir. I think there is no query. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for sharing your insightful words and wisdom on the highly relevant topic in such an interactive and productive manner. And now I would like to invite Dr. Poonam Sivaj, convener of seminar, to deliver vote of thanks to our esteemed resource person, Madam Poonam.
Thank you, Madam Rajinder. So now on behalf of Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Shabad Markanda, I want to extend vote of thanks to Dr. Girdhar Gopalji. So thank you very much, sir, for accepting our invitation to be a resource person of our seminar in spite of your busy schedule, sir. Sir, you have shared your views on binary accreditation, explained in detail about one nation, one data portal. Sorry, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
One nation, one data portal, basics of binary accreditation, input metrics, process metrics, output metrics, and maturity-based graded accreditation, quality parameters and actions at HEI, like feedback, infrastructure enhancement, faculty development, research culture, and in the last you have explained in detail how much useful can this LMS system can prove to be useful in accreditation process. Sir, I think you have covered almost all the aspects of accreditation process. So thank you very much, sir, for sharing your valuable, interesting, and thought-provoking address, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am Poonam.
Questions next speaker.
Okay, our next speaker, Dr. Rajashekar Belamkonda has joined us. Sir, are you there?
Yes, madam. I'm here.
Okay, welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
I heartily welcome our esteemed resource person, Professor Rajashekar Belamkonda, on this technical session 1 on the plenary talk 2. Sir, it's my privilege to introduce you to all the participants. Professor Rajashekhar Belamkonda, a senior professor in the School of Management Study at the University of Hyderabad. Professor Shekhar has a commendable track record as an academician and higher education administrator over the last 30 years. He has been a cornerstone of School of Management Study at University of Hyderabad since its inception in 1999 as the Dean of School of Management Study, University of Hyderabad. Professor Shekhar has played a significant role in launching a unique MBA program in business analytics and coordinating a PG diploma in business management at the University of Hyderabad. He is also associated with Telangana State Public Service Commission as one of the committee members responsible for formulating the scheme and syllabus. He has successfully coordinated 2 MOOC programs on research methodology for social sciences and data analysis for social science teachers through the SWAM portal. Professor Shekhar also participated in LEAP Leadership for Academician program of MHRD at Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur and Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, University, Melbourne, Australia. He has also successfully coordinated LEAP Leadership for Academician program at the University of Hyderabad as Associate Coordinator. His leadership has been recognized with awards, including the first ever Academician Excellence Award by Hyderabad Management Association in 2020. An academics paragon, Professor Shekhar holds a BTech in civil engineering and 3 master degrees in business administration, psychology, and education. His scholarly depth is further evidenced by 3 doctorate degrees in management, psychology, and education. Additionally, he received 2 postgraduate diplomas in personal management and in
Madam, you are on mute. You are on mute. Please unmute. Yeah, please.
Okay, sir. May I restart?
Yes, yes. No, no, no issue. Done, done. It's fine. No, just now you
No,
have.
sir.
For 2
Sorry,
minutes.
sorry, sir. I did not see.
It's
I
fine. Fine.
restart.
It's
It's
okay.
my
No
privilege.
problem.
It's
No, no,
my
you
privilege.
have already introduced.
Rajendra
Only
ma'am,
last
it was
seconds.
continue.
No problem.
Continue,
No
please.
problem.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Professor Shekhar is productive researcher with 60 publication in reputed journals, 30 contribution to conference proceeding, and authorship and co-editorship of books on consumer supply chain management and quality management. He has guided 22 doctorate scholars with 8 currently under his mentorship. His research expertise lies in service quality, where he has made substantial contribution. Professor Shekhar primary area of interest includes service quality, quantitative techniques, operation management, industrial and organizational psychology, higher education and research methodology. Beyond academics, Professor Shekhar has held several significant administrative positions, including Pro Vice Chancellor, Dean of School of Management Study, Head of Department of Education and Educational Technology, Director of IQAC, Dean of Student Welfare, Registrar, Chief Warden, Deputy Chief Warden, and Warden. As an educator, Professor Shekhar has made a lasting impact through his teaching, research, and career counseling efforts, exemplified by his popular question-answer column in the Telugu daily newspaper, Enadu. Sir, it was very challenging task to do justice to your profile while presenting it, but I did my best efforts to highlight it. We are very fortunate to have such a visionary academician and inspiring leader like you with us. And now I invite Dr. Poonam Sivaj to welcome our resource person, Dr. Rajashekhar Belamkonda. Madam Poonam, please.
Good morning, sir. I, Dr. Poonam Shivaj, IQAC coordinator and convener of the seminar, feel privileged to invite you to technical session, one of our seminar. So I welcome you, sir, Professor Rajashekhar Belamkonda, Senior Professor, School of Management Studies, University of Hyderabad. Sir, Dr. Rajendra has given in detail the accomplishments about Professor Rajashekhar Belamkonda. He is a man of high values. We feel highly privileged to have such an eminent resource person in our technical session. So, sir, I welcome you in this session, sir. Please proceed, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, very good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah. How much time I have? Because I was supposed to start at 12. Now I'm starting at 12:30.
Sir, last 1 hour for you.
Okay. No, that's what I'm trying to know.
Yeah.
Because before I start, because we are starting at 12:30. Okay. So let me share my screen. Can I share? Somebody should permit me to share the screen. Right now, IQAC is the host. I think, if you make me host, I think, my screen will be visible.
Yes, sir. We do it.
Yeah, meanwhile, just let me thank you, the organizers. Thank the organizers for inviting me for this seminar, for this particular technical session. So here I'm going to speak about how do we measure quality in higher education institutions. I think, the speaker who spoke before me, I think, he was trying to give you an overview of accreditation process, overview of NAC, overview of little bit of, he also mentioned something about ranking. He mentioned something about documentation. He also mentioned something about AI usage. And he also spoke about what kind of reforms NAC is going to bring in. But now I think, I will take you to very fundamental kind of a questions. I think, this program basically organize it to create awareness among all the participants about quality and how do we measure quality, what are the challenges in measuring the quality, and what is the connection between quality and accreditation, what is the connection between quality and ranking. And we have been discussing about, ranking and accreditation. We have QS ranking, and we have Times Higher Education ranking, we have World University ranking, and we also have NIRF, National Institutional Ranking Framework. We also have NAC, and every year, the institution is going to submit data for ISHE, All India Survey on Higher Education. So as a consequence, what is happening, the most of the education institutions are busy filling the data. They have been filling the data. So throughout the year. So everything is, pertaining to data. So we have been discussing about data. We have been collecting the data. We have been analyzing the data. We have been sending the data. And if you look at the IQAC calendar, throughout the year, they have something or other to send, to collect the data, to send the data. But unfortunately, there is a lot of inconsistency in the data, whatever is being provided by the institution. So this is what is a major kind of a concern. Okay. So in this context, we would like to...
Sir, your presentation isn't visible. You can share it.
Okay, madam.
We have given you the permissions. Yes, sir.
I'll do that. Yes. But the share option is not active, madam. Share active is not.
Sir, from our end, it is showing.
No, I'm trying to do that, but the share button is not active here. I wanted to just upload my document, show presence, slideshow I wanted to make.
Okay. We'll check again.
1 minute. Yeah. Now I think, is it okay? Is it my PowerPoint visible?
Yes, yes, sir. Now it is visible. Thank you.
Okay, fine, fine. So this is the topic I would like to speak about: quality measurement in higher education institutions, HEIs, very popularly known as HEIs. So here, my profile is already mentioned by the organizers, but for your information, I have maybe my webpage, www.profbrashekar.in, and of course my contact number is there, my Gmail ID is there, and my affiliation is with the School of Management Studies, University of Hyderabad. Of course, my education profile and other things, she read. But I have been doing extensive research in quality of higher education. So this is where, I am interested in, and I have been also visiting various education institutions as a NAC peer team chairperson, and I have been delivering a lot of lectures on NIRF, how this NIRF and what are the metrics and other things. So in this process, I have been also practicing several of the issues what I have been researching, and I have been educating and creating awareness among the various stakeholders about the quality and quality measurement. So when I say the word quality, so what exactly quality means? So I think, whether, we have a unanimous opinion about quality, because unlike product quality, when it comes to service quality, because education comes under service sector. When I speak about service quality, it's extremely difficult for us to have one kind of a common opinion about quality of higher education or quality of service. Even they say it is any service for that matter. The quality, the perception is very, very important about the quality rather than absolute quality. So quality here more is a relative. Quality more is a relative in the service sector than absolute. But whereas in the manufacturing sector, quality is more absolute, but whereas in service sector, quality is more relative. So this is where we have a challenge in measuring quality in higher education. Say, for example, today we have NAC accreditation process. The NAC has given A++ to some 100 institutions. Can you ensure that all 100 institutions are providing same standard of quality? I'm not very sure. I'm not very sure, all 100 institutions are providing uniform quality. Say, for example, there are institutions which were given A grade, some 200 institutions. Can I say that all the 200 institutions are equally having equal quality? I'm not very sure. But where is the problem? The methodology is same, the process is same, the documentation is same, the peer team mandate is also same to visit the institution and to assess the quality. But it varies from institution to institution, and I'm not very sure, there are institutions which are doing so well, but their NAC grade is not so great. There are some institutions which are not doing average, but their NAC scores are very high. That's where, the lot of perception is also going to make a lot of difference. Say, for example, in a given town, there are some 5 colleges, but somebody may ask, what is the right college? What is the good college? Which college has a good quality? Different people will have different opinions. But when the quality is same, if everybody perceives quality in the same terminology, everybody should be able to say that, one is the best college of the city. But always there is a kind of a dilemma. What is the best college in the city when there are 5-6 colleges? In the similar way, in a given state, there are some 20-30 universities, but there are more or less, you have some kind of a unanimity that, this university is the best. But how do we say that, this particular university is the best, a particular college is the best? What makes a university best? What makes a college best? So this is the whole issue of perception of the stakeholder about an institution. How the stakeholders are perceiving the institution, that is going to make a lot of difference. Say, for example, you are a stakeholder. For a minute, you forget that, you are a faculty. You are a stakeholder. You wanted to admit your son or daughter into a college. What are the various factors and parameters we take into consideration? This is very, very important. So, though the NAC has 7 criteria, NIRF has 5 parameters. Of course, IQAC is going to capture a lot of information. But what is going to make the difference from one institution to other institution? How can we say that, one institution is the best and another institution is better, another institution is good, another institution is okay, another institution is hopeless? But today, if you look at, the stakeholders, either parents or students, what are the various factors they are taking into consideration while they choose the institution? So are they looking at faculty? Are they looking at curriculum? Are they looking at classes? Are they looking at infrastructure? Are they looking at delivery mechanism? Are they looking at pass percentage? Are they looking at placement? But now I think the obvious answer is they're looking at the placement. Or sometimes, if it is not a professional course, the parents or stakeholders or students are looking at higher education potential. So if I join this particular institution, can I go to higher education institution for my further education? That means, the progression, student progression, we are trying to look into that. So this is where, we have a lot of issues about measuring quality in higher education. Though we have been measuring the quality, but I'm not very sure, we have a robust mechanism. I think if you look at even the NAC exercise, they have been also improving their processes from time to time. I think, from this academic year onwards, we are going to have the binary accreditation process. And also they are speaking about something called maturity-based accreditation. But, this is also kind of an experiment, I can say, or innovation for a period of time based on the past experiences. They would like to know how exactly this particular quality is going to be more reliable. This is what is very, very important. Say, for example, take NIRF ranking. So there are many institutions who are good, but they are not finding place in top 100. But can I say that all top 100 NIRF institutions are having the best quality? Yes, maybe yes. But can I say that, the institutions which are not there in NIRF ranking list, are they not providing good quality? This is also kind of a challenge. So that is where, if you look at Indian higher education system itself, is a highly complex system. So unlike, other countries, Indian higher education system is very complex. Why it is so complex? Because the nature of institutions we have, number of institutions we have, the nature of ownership we have, some are central, some are state, some are private, some are based on trust, some are collaborative, some are industry sponsored, some are individual sponsored, and also some are multidisciplinary, some are interdisciplinary, some are non-affiliating, some are affiliating, and some of them focus on research, some of them focus on teaching, some of them focus on outreach, some of them probably be looking at more of entrepreneurial abilities, some of them looking at creativity, and we have some affiliating systems. Some universities affiliate some colleges, and there are some centrally funded technical institutions, CFTA. There are central universities, there are state universities, there are deemed to be universities, there are state private universities, and I'm not very sure what kind of, and we have also minority group of institutions, Muslim minority, Christian minority kind of institutions. Some institutions are having grant in aid by the government, some institutions are not having grant in aid by the institutions, government. And also sometimes, there are some states follow NEP 2020, some states rejected NEP 2020, and maybe some states, the recruitment happens every year. There are states recruitment happens not even once in a decade. And some institutions will have no vacancies, some institutions will have 90% vacancies. And without having any regular faculty, the departments are being run. We have academic assistants, academic consultants who are working for 30,000, 40,000 rupees for the last 10, 15, 20 years. And research is a big question mark. It is not uniformly there in all the institutions. I think, I can list on various kinds of institutions, varieties of practices. And some institutions are good at placement. Some institutions are not at all bothered about the placement. Some institutions will charge exorbitant tuition fees. Some institutions charge nominal tuition fee. And some institutions implement reservation. And most of the private institutions, they never implement reservation. I think, we have a lot more issues and complexities. But how do we look at the Indian higher education system with this kind of a complex kind of a structure? How do we understand the Indian higher education system? So that is where I think, my predecessor also spoke something about the gross enrollment ratio. And also we are having this kind of a seminar. So in this context, we would like to see how the whole concept of, Indian higher education system and how we are going to understand quality and the quality metrics, and what are the issues and challenges in measuring quality? Is it possible to have one single mechanism to measure quality for all varieties of institutions? This is another important challenge. Say, for example, NAAC accreditation process. If you look at NAAC accreditation process, the process, whatever they follow for Delhi institutions, is it going to work for the institutions, which are there maybe in a remote part of the particular Andhra Pradesh or Telangana, Tamil Nadu or Karnataka? So even the same case with NIRF, if you look at top 100 institutions of NIRF, so majority of the institutions are being repeated on a yearly basis. I think there are 70 to 80 or 90 institutions are repeating every year. The slot for 10 institutions to get into, but how do we compare a government-run degree college with a corporate college? The corporate college has a lot of liberty, lot of freedom to run the institution. They have huge finances, and the infrastructure is so good, and their intake admission process and their systems are highly flexible. And we have a government system, things are very rigid. So how do we address this kind of a scenario? So just, I have borrowed some kind of a statistical data from IQAC report. Then I wanted to present some of the statistics from IQAC 2021-22 report. I think whatever I have been telling now, I am going to substantiate with statistical data. So 341 universities or university level institutions have been established since 2014-15. The last 10 years, 341 means every year 30 universities or university institutions have been added. And total institutions are 1168. They are registered for IQAC, and 685 are government and central government 240. Institutions include universities and institutions. State 445. 10 are private deemed aided, and 473 are private. So if you look at, the state government universities are 475 and private unaided are 473. So I think this number over a period of time, you find more private institutions than public institutions. And if you look at the enrollment also, if you look at, most of the public institutions are suffering with less admissions. I think that is another important parameter in NIRF, the number of students admitted to the program. And also there is a concept of FSR, faculty student ratio. I think in a private institution, they can hire any number of faculty for whatever salary they can give. But in public institutions, we do not have that kind of a flexibility. Then the public institutions versus private institutions, if you make a comparison, if you wanted to apply the same NAAC criteria and the same NIRF criteria, obviously public institutions are at least little disadvantageous position in spite of producing good quality output. But the kind of intakes and other things also matters. Then 10 are private deemed and aided, and 473 are private institutions. There are 17 universities exclusively for women. We have been discussing about diversity, but 17 is a very small number when we look at 1168. 1168, it's 1% or maybe 1.5%. 1.5% institutions are exclusively for women. I think there is a need to increase women universities because we wanted to increase women enrollment into higher education. Then there are 18 open universities. Then out of 1162, there are 55 general, 192 technical, 57 agriculture and allied, 79 medical, 27 law, 19 Sanskrit and 8 language universities. Remaining 125 universities were of other specialized categories. In 2021, the registered colleges are 45,473. In 2014, they were 38,000, an increase of 6,995. 21-22, 1677 colleges have been registered with IQAC. Out of 42,825 responded colleges, 21.5 colleges are government colleges, 13.2 are private aided, and 65.3 are private unaided. So this is another interesting observation I wanted to tell you. Almost 2/3 of the institutions are private unaided institutions. And if you combine 65 plus 13, about 79% of the institutions are either only private aided or private unaided. So it's only 21% of the institutions are managed by the government, and 80%, around 80% of the institutions are in the hands of the private sector. So this is another kind of a scenario. That's just now I spoke about, the flexibility, kind of a flexibility of private institutions in running it. And 10.4 institution colleges that have responded in the survey are exclusively for female. So 10.4%, at least, it seems to be better than 1.5%. Total enrollment in higher education has increased to nearly 4.33 crore in 21-22. That is one. And the female enrollment in higher education, that is 2.02 of the 4.33. So that means 4.33 and 2.07, slightly less than 50%. That is also very interesting sign. Of the 4.33 crore students enrolled in 2021, 15.3 belong to scheduled caste, 6.3 scheduled tribe, 37% OBC, whereas and the remaining 40.6% are from other communities. I think this is another kind of a information. The top 6 states in terms of student enrollment are Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Madhya Pradesh, West Bengal, and Rajasthan. They constitute 53.3% of the total student enrollment. In the year 21-22, GER education has increased to 28.4 from 27.3. The female GER is increased to 28.9 in 2020, and the female GER continues to be more than male GER for 5th consecutive year as per IQAC 21-22. This is also a very positive sign that the female GER is more than male GER. Okay. This is also another important issue because, I think I spoke about, our Indian higher education system is highly complex. So because of the nature of ownership. But this is also another interesting thing is the regulatory bodies. The regulatory bodies, how many professional bodies, statutory professional bodies. We have multiple professional councils, professional bodies are managing our higher education. So, for example, All India Council for Technical Education, they manage the technical education and management education. And very recently, they wanted to bring BBA. Earlier, they had MBA, BTech, and MTech, but they wanted to bring BBA into under the purview of AICTE. Then Distance Education Council, DEC, but now it is called the DEB, Distance Education Bureau. I think, they are looking at online education, open universities, online education, distance education. And IQAC, Indian Council for Agricultural Research, Bar Council, National Council for Teacher Education, Rehabilitation Council of India, RCI, Medical Council of India, MCI, Pharmacy Council of India, PCI, Indian Nursing Council, INC, Dentist Council of India, DCI, Central Council of Homeopathy, CCH, Central Council of Indian Medicine, CCIM. I think there could be many more, but just I have listed these many statutory professional councils. So what is happening in a typical one university, one private university or one public university, when you are offering these many courses, then you may have to follow the regulations of these many professional councils. As a consequence, what happens, sometimes the resources, whatever resources we have, we may have to distribute those resources among all these institutions. And sometimes the requirement for each program vary from statutory body to statutory body. And throughout the year, the institutions are busy in handling the inspections by one or other committees and the collection of the documents and data and documentation them, analyzing them, making them the reports and sending them the reports. I think this is how most of your productive time is gone in documentation process. So can't we have one single statutory body to take care of all these requirements? I think why we should have more than a dozen various professional councils to take care of our higher education. Why not, we should have one single statutory body, take care of all varied needs of this kind of a educational program, so that, the education institutions can concentrate more on the long-term quality rather than short-term quality. So today, if you look at the higher education institutions, we are more busy with, day-to-day activities, operational issues. We never have time for long-term planning. When I go to various institutions for my NAC accreditation process, there's something called Institutional Strategic Development Plan, IDP, Institutional Development Plan, whatever, IDP, Strategic Development Plan. I'm hardly finding the the development plan is properly written, and even it is written, they're making efforts to implement it. So this is another kind of a challenge. So people are not having time for the long-term quality sustenance. So today we have been only, I think just now, my predecessor spoke about NAC accreditation process. So whatever we produce for the NAC and whatever we are practicing in the institution, I think there is a huge kind of a difference. So as a consequence, the data what you provide for one agency is different from the data what you provide for another agency, because every agency requires data in a specific format, and the data is highly dynamic. And most of the time, the data what you collect also is not very reliable. There is no data center. There are no data centers in education institutions. There is no mechanism for data purification and data validation. So this is where I think, we have some kind of a challenge. I think this is another reason why, measuring quality in Indian higher education system is highly complex, because of these many reasons. Okay. I think, hope I am clear that, I'm trying to tell you that, how big our Indian higher education system is, and also what is the need for, for example, what are the challenges in measuring quality because of nature of ownership, because of the infrastructure, because of the resources, because of the funding, I think because of the flexibility, because of the governance, because of the administration, leadership. I think there are many more challenges we have. And before I proceed further, I would like to know why actually we should measure quality. See, I think, the quality measurement is a new phenomena, because 10 years ago, maybe 15 years ago, 20 years ago, we started speaking about quality. Maybe 1994 you can consider as the year 1994-95, where actually the NAC came into existence. That is 30 years. But before 30 years, we never spoke about quality. But can I say that since we never spoke about quality, there was no quality? Or today we are speaking more about quality, so can I say that, today we have more quality? So this is the major kind of a challenge. But we need to ask ourselves why we should measure quality. Why we should measure quality as an academic institution? Why I should maintain the quality? What could be the reasons for measuring the quality and maintaining the quality or sustaining the quality? I think we need to ask ourselves the why quality, what is quality, and especially the quality in academic institutions and education institutions, and how this quality is going to affect the delivery mechanisms, quality, how it is going to affect the outgoing student quality, and how their quality is going to influence the quality of incoming student. When the student joins, they look at the institution thinking that, this institution has a great quality, somebody would like to join. Or once you complete the progression, once the students complete the education, so what kind of students we are sending out, and how many of them are getting placed? I think, the student progression, getting into higher education and getting into employment. But what percentage of your students are getting employed? That is also very, very important. What percentage of your students are becoming entrepreneurs? This is also another interesting observation. I think, all these questions, I think, we need to ask ourselves before we speak about measuring the quality. Okay. So I told you, complex in terms of people, processes, structures. Higher education institutions are complex in terms of people, processes, structures, and systems. They are now increasingly challenged to show why they exist. So today, I think, especially post-COVID, every one of us are thinking that, why are we existing as an education institution? Can you mute, please? Can you mute, please? Mute, please. Excuse me.
Sir, we're getting it done. Surbhi ma'am, please mute Neela Goyal.
Madam Neena,
Yes. So the existence, sometimes, we think, as a teachers, the question of existence. As an education,
So just a minute. Neela Goyal, if you do not unmute, yeah, thank you so much. Sir, please carry on. Sorry, sir.
yeah, fine. So now, when we are looking at, existence is something to do with, why are we existing as an education institution? Because this is one important question all of us are asking ourselves. And we have been running the institution for the last several decades. But nowadays, we are having a doubt that, are we really required? This is one kind of a question we have, especially in the era of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and online education, chat GPT, then data science, data analytics. The students are more looking at, entrepreneurship, startups, employment. I think, as an education institution, I think, we are now asking ourselves, what is the purpose of our institution? Why are we existing? And sometimes, whether I am there or not as a teacher, still my students can learn. Whether my institution is there or not, even students can learn on their own and get the degrees. I think you also know that, the government is encouraging online education in a big way. They're not only encouraging online education, they're also speaking about the mobility of the students from one stream of education to other stream of education. Regular to distance, distance to regular, regular to online, online to regular. And we have multiple entry, multiple exit. We can take the break. We can go for vertical mobility. We can go for horizontal mobility. I think all these questions are there now. Now I think I'm thinking that, a student can get the degree through online without attending the classes. Then why somebody should attend my class? When distance education, open university, or online mode of education is able to provide the degree, whatever degree I'm giving, BA, BSc, BCom, the same degree is provided by the online education or distance education or open education, open university, then why should I expect the student to come to us? Are we going to add some value? This is all kind of challenges we have. And also most of the courses, hardly we find admissions. The students are not joining some courses, but still we wanted to continue the course because we have recruited faculty. We have recruited the faculty. So because of the faculty, we are running the course with a single digit admission. So these are all challenges we have. Now regarded as enterprises that produce and distribute a public good, which is knowledge. I think knowledge has become a commodity. Knowledge has become a good. I think, the education institution has become a kind of an enterprise that produce and distribute a public good, which is knowledge, now operate in a globalized environment. And this has expectations on the way leaders run these enterprises. This is also another important issue. I think earlier, our education was not globalized, but today we need to compete with the world top universities and students who are coming from highly ranked institutions. Then, the kind of a curriculum, the content, whatever they discuss in Harvard University, Stanford University, MIT, Ohio, California, Maryland, I think John Hopkins, I think I can list out various universities, Monash, Nanyang, Singapore University, like that. There are so many universities. So, but now I think, my student of this particular university, whatever university, wherever university, your university is there, but your student output, whatever students you produce, these students should be able to compete with the global kind of a competition. So whether we like it or not, the higher education has become global. Then solutions that worked yesterday may now not work today and tomorrow due to the complexity of changes. So the whatever decisions we made, whatever solutions we have provided, which worked yesterday, there is no guarantee that they work for today or tomorrow because things are becoming highly complex and they are rapidly changing. So this is what is said. Then unresponsiveness of higher education systems and processes to the changing realities. So when we look at the quality, are we changing ourselves to the changed realities? This is another important issue. When I speak about quality, how relevant you are in the current times, that is what is quality. When I look at higher education quality, that is one way of looking at higher education quality is your relevance to the current market, your relevance to the current market. So whether the students also connecting with your institution or not, and whether are you making some relevance, are you making some difference when you compare with other institutions? So we are not changing our realities, our syllabuses are not revised. Even outcome-based education, I think this has been there for the last several years abroad and other places. But unfortunately, even today, most of our curriculum is based on OBE. You forget about all this. Even student feedback is being collected very recently because of the NAC. But otherwise, people never bothered about the stakeholder responses. So role of students in governance of HEIs. This is another important issue. because the stakeholders are becoming part of your IQAC, they're becoming part of your academic council, they're part of your school board. They're also taking very active role in the governance of the institution. The staff associations and their increased activism are key fundamental governance issues. I think as an institution, the associations, groups, informal groups, formal groups, they're going to become more and more complicated issues, and the governance is becoming highly complex. Then future challenges of higher education. Higher education is growing fastest in the world with the rising middle class. This is another important issue. So once upon a time, higher education is confined to the people of higher income group. But today, the middle class and lower middle class also, they are aspiring to have higher quality higher education. And once upon a time, the students choose to join the college, whichever is close by, whichever is nearer to them. But today, the students have become too smart and they are looking at, even the college is far away from their home, they are looking at the quality. The quality, knowingly or unknowingly, people are identifying the institutions based on the quality, based on the performance. The less jobs, more graduates, and hence self-employment is likely to be more. This is another kind of a challenge. So how many of our students are employable? This is the next important question. How many of our students are employable? So this is where, we need to address this question, why most of our students are unemployable. And we could also see in our Indian higher education system, there is a lot of skewness. There's a lot of skewness. That means, many students are going to few disciplines, and very few students are getting into other disciplines. So that means, there's a skewed distribution. Today, if you look at, majority of the student group after +2, they are getting into engineering education or medical education, but very few students are coming into BA, BCom, BSc kind of courses. But how do we actually make our higher education relevant? So how do we face this kind of a challenge where majority of the students are not preferring our courses? So why they are not preferring? Because your education is not making them employable. But to make them employable, what kind of efforts we are going to do? The less jobs, more graduates, and hence self-employment is likely to be more. I think we should also create that kind of a culture. Having said about the Indian higher education system, need for measuring quality, how people are perceiving quality, what are the challenges in measurement of quality, what are the challenges with the current curricular system, what exactly students are looking at the institutions. This is all we have discussed so far. Now, I think, as I told you, because we are discussing about measuring quality, so first of all, we need to understand what is this quality. What is this quality? So this particular quality, I'm not speaking quality in a general term. I wanted to connect this quality into education. That is, what is quality in education? What is this quality in education? Okay, quality in education. So that is excellence. Quality is excellence. This is one way of looking at. The quality is excellence. Our quality is value addition. Quality is value addition. Quality is value addition. Then fitness for educational outcome and experience for use. What I have actually done is, there are several definitions of quality. I have conveniently adapted the definitions to education. Defect avoidance in the education process. Zero defect, no defect, fitness for use. Quality is value. Quality is value. Quality is experience. Quality is excellence. Meeting or exceeding customer expectations of education. This is customer delight. Meeting or exceeding. Continuous improvement. So quality, the synonym for quality is continuous improvement. I think, these are the kind of things we have. But how do we achieve these kind of definitions, whatever we have listed? How do we achieve these things through our education system? So what is quality in education? Somebody say excellence. So how do I bring excellence in my teaching learning practices? So value addition in education, fitness of educational outcome and experience for use, fitness for use. So, but if you connect the current education to these definitions, now you can grade your institution where you stand. You need not look at NIRF ranking, you need not look at NAC grading, but you look at, this particular definitions, what I have given, And now you assess yourself whether really you are producing quality education, you are providing quality education. I think this is one kind of a challenge. But are we having excellence in education, value addition education, fitness for use, defect awareness, ends at zero defect, or meeting or exceeding the customer expectation, or continuous improvement? I don't think by looking at these definitions, you admit that we are not really fulfilling all this as far as quality is concerned. Quality is concerned. Now I am taking you to little backwards, that is the origin. Actually, the how this whole concept of the quality measurement started. I think there I would like to take you. So that is there are two versions of quality. One is European version, second one is US views of service quality, because education comes under service. I would like to look at more of European and US views of service quality based on the literature and research. The European perspective states that the service quality should include three dimensions like technical quality, functional quality, corporate image. See, for example, today when you are saying about quality, what kind of quality you are speaking? Are you speaking about technical quality, functional quality, or corporate image? Whatever you are seeing, just you need to have some kind of a clarity of what is your assumption about the quality system. What is the quality according to you? According to you, what is the quality? So technical quality, functional quality, and the corporate image. The American perspective proposes that service quality may be evaluated on the functional quality dimensions described by five components, that is tangible, reliability, responsiveness, assurance, and empathy. So this is something called rater. That is actually basis for rater, not necessarily that is the racer, that is the rater, RATER. So one is for reliability, one is for responsibility, R and R. A for assurance, T for tangibles, E for empathy. So this is tangibles, reliability, responsiveness, assurance. Actually, this is one kind of a scale developed by Parshuraman, the Indian professor working in University of Miami, Florida. With his two scholars, he developed a scale called service quality, but he developed a scale for entire service sector. But it's not for education alone, but the evaluated on the functional quality dimensions described by five components. So they are only looking at the functional quality, but whereas the European view is the technical quality, functional quality, and the corporate image. So 5 steps toward quality: quality as exceptional, quality as a perfection or consistency, quality as fitness for purpose, quality as value for money, and quality as transformative. I think this is what we are trying to understand. Quality is as exceptional, quality as perfection, or quality as consistency. Quality is fitness for use, quality as value for money, and quality is transformative. So this is another important thing. What is excellence? I think we have been discussing about excellence, and what is that excellence? I think today, whatever NIRF we have, whatever NAC we have, these are the basics are drawn from this kind of literature on higher education quality. Higher education quality, service quality. I think they have borrowed, apart from the experiences of the developed countries, they have borrowed this information from this literature. So achieving mission and vision, I think that is figuring in your sixth criteria of NAC. In a similar way, achieving or exceeding benchmarks and internal measures. Achieving and exceeding benchmarks and internal measures. And best practice, quality is best practice. I think that best practice also coming in our seventh criteria. Achieving and exceeding benchmarks and internal measures. I think there also they spoke about the stakeholders feedback, student feedback, and also stakeholder feedback on the curriculum, and also student feedback. And sometimes we're also speaking about the recruiter feedback about your own students. Then best practices, I think it is there in our seventh criteria. Community agreement, so that is also there in our one of our criteria. And cost effectiveness, I think hardly it is discussed in the NAC, but still they speak about in NIRF they are speaking about how much revenue you have generated and what kind of fee waivers you have provided to the needy students. Then customer and stakeholder satisfaction. Of course, quality is nothing but customer satisfaction. That customer satisfaction, I think you are getting from the student feedback or feedback on your curriculum. Dissemination of good practice nationally and internationally. Dissemination of good practice nationally or internationally. So this is also very, very important. I think, if you look at that maturity-based accreditation process, the fifth level is, I think, they are speaking about the global, and up to fourth level, it is national. But again, there is a challenge that, there is a budget. There is a budget. Unless there is a budget, there is a money available, we may not be able to make the difference. Otherwise, more or less, we would be running the system as a status quo without any interference and involvement. The learning outcomes, I think this learning outcomes is coming under OBE, outcome-based education. Then making optimal use of all resources, financial, human assets, match between desired and actual perception. This is what is, something to do with service quality. That is, match between desired and actual perception about quality. I think, I have some kind of a desired perception, but there is some actual perception. So then I may not be happy with the kind of a service delivered at service stations. Of course, teaching is also a kind of a service facility. Teaching is also, education institution is also a kind of a service facility where a lot of students are coming together forward to learn something new. Then positive atmosphere in staff and student environments, integration in teaching and research. That is always a question mark, the collaboration between two faculty members of two disciplines. It rarely happens because they will not gel well. Then the positive atmosphere in staff and student environments, integration in teaching and research. So unfortunately, today we have set of teachers, we have set of researchers in some places, at least I can say. So obviously, they are trying to look at, the teaching and research. So either you concentrate on teaching or you concentrate on research. But I think we need to club these two. And also we are going to have this NEP 2020. In the NEP 2020, we have this kind of research degree, 4 years research degree. And also off late, I think, various state councils of higher education made dissertation mandatory for a PG student. So obviously, they are trying to introduce some kind of a research orientation. And the quality of teaching and learning, I think that we have been speaking about since long. And it is part of NIRF up to some extent, not necessarily too much, but it is also part of NAP. Then quality of teaching and learning, relative to starting point and achieving the targets. I think, we need to have some kind of a target and you need to have a timeline, target and timeline. Then relative to starting point and achieving the targets. I think, how did you move? How did you go? So these are all kinds of, excellence in the higher education. Now, I think I was also discussing listening to my previous speaker. He spoke something about IPO. So this is especially very popular in production management, operations management. There is the input, process, output. So what is input, what is process, what is output? I think my predecessor also thrown some light on that. So if you look at education as a system, we are now trying to look at, there is something called IPO, input, process, and output. So input refers to the entry requirements. Process is to the teaching and learning process. Output is to the employability and academic standings. The process is the teaching learning, referring input is the incoming quality of the student. Output is, after completion of the program, where our students where they are going, employability. And also post NEP 2020, there have been lot of reforms by UGC. One such reform very recently came up is conducting admissions twice in a year. So right now we are conducting admissions once in a year. But it is twice in a year. It is twice in a year. So how do we manage? Right now we have even semester, we have odd semester. We have even semester and odd semester. But once you conduct admissions twice in a year, so then you have 4 semesters. 4 semesters, every 4 or 6 semesters, whatever, 2 years program 4, 3-year program 6, is engineering college and you are doing admissions twice, you have almost 8 semesters. 8 semesters every semester. So what exactly it means? You are doubling your student strength. You are doubling your student strength. Now, obviously, you require your double the faculty. You need to double the faculty strength. So then, this is one reform. The second reform also they are speaking about accelerated degree program and the extended degree program. The extended is 3 years program you can do in 4-5 years, 4.5 years, and a 4 years program or 3 years program you can do in 2.5 years. 3-year program you can do in 2.5 years. 4-year program you can do in 3.5 years. And I think you are going to have more credit-based registrations. The students can register the credits, and the tuition fee is also charged based on the credits. And also we are trying to migrate. And very recently, after post NEP 2020, I think you must have noticed in NEP 2020 recent net notification. In the recent net notification, so the recent net notification, they said in undergraduation, if you have 7.5 CGPA, so you can appear for net exam, and you can appear in the net exam. Subject is independent of whatever subject you have studied in your graduation. So whatever subject you studied at graduation, that is immaterial. But in whichever subject you qualify net, you can do PhD in that area subject, and also you can be faculty in that area. So I think we are going to make a lot of reforms, and the system is going to have a radical changes. But is our existing system is sufficient enough to handle can they handle this kind of reforms? And too many reforms, that is also another kind of a challenge. We do have too many reforms, but without even stabilizing one reform, I think you are having another reform. So under these circumstances, how do we address the quality concerns? This is a kind of a challenge. So one is input, one is process, one is output. Input is a raw student, process is teaching learning, output is a graduate student. This is very simple terminology. So you look at that IPO framework of quality, again, you find a lot of these terminologies in your NAC accreditation process. NAC accreditation are 7 criteria or NIRF 5 parameter. I think, we keep on having this kind of things. This management, policy, student selection, teaching facilities, staff, laboratory, equipment, funding. So this is policy, student selection, teaching facilities, staff, laboratory, equipment, funding. Process is, program, curriculum, teaching and learning, assessment, community, services, staff on the job training. Then output is, stakeholder satisfaction, graduates, scientific papers, patents and IP, financial benefit. Now you tell me, is it not, I think, the base for your NAC documentation? Now I can take, 7 criteria of NAC. I think you can look at, the first criteria and the second criteria is process. Third criteria is output, that research is an output. Then fourth criteria is infrastructure. And the fifth criteria is, the student progression. And the sixth criteria is governance and leadership. Our 7th criteria is the distinctiveness and best practices. I think, don't you see, I think they have taken this as a base document for them to go ahead about the whole accreditation process. There is also European Foundation Quality Management Excellence Model. So this also you can see, there is also speak about leadership, people management, policy and strategy, partnerships and resources. I think these partnerships and resources also captured in NAC collaborations. They speak about MOUs, they speak about your understandings, and the people results, customer results, society results. I think the social impact of our institution, the student satisfaction, student outcome, student results, academic results, placement, packages, median salary. I think, these are all there, and the key performance results. So this is European Foundation for Quality Management. There are enablers, there are results. So enablers, results. Earlier it is IPO model, but here it is, enablers and the results. These are the two parts. The enablers are here. first three columns, and the results are there in the last two columns. So the results are people results, customer results, society result, and the key performance results. But difficulty of adopting an EFQM model, the higher education institute is not a firm and does not produce graduates. This was there in 2001, but 2024-25, whether we like it or not, higher education institutions are treated as the firms and they are producing graduates, and they are not clear what the product is. So whether it is quality education, whether it is employability, whether it is holistic development, I think, there are multiple kind of, things about what is the final product is, and who is the client of higher education. Who is the client? Who is the client? This is very important. Whether the teacher, whether it is the parent, or whether it is the student, or whether it is the recruiter, whether it is the society, whether it is the government, whether it is the software companies located in US. Who is the client? Who is the client of higher education? And it is not a hierarchical organization. Unlike, for example, a manufacturing organization or typical business organization, it has a hierarchy, but it is not a hierarchical organization, academic institutions. The excellence model can be used to analyze the management, but not to assess the quality. The excellence model can be used to analyze the management, but not to assess the quality. The concept of quality is very complicated because of, I think I have been telling from the beginning, the control of the quality has different accountability. So these are all difficulty in adopting that kind of a model. So here, the high edu qual, I think you can go to Google and type high edu qual. This is the tool developed by one of my scholars and myself as part of his PhD thesis. He worked for 4 to 5 years on this particular scale. We have developed a scale called higher education measurement, measuring the quality in higher education. We named it as high edu qual. So there, we have adopted the service quality measurements. This was developed in the year somewhere in 2013, 2012-13. And 12 years ago, we have developed this scale. And this scale, today, majority of the citations I'm getting from this and this particular scale. And lot of researchers across the globe are using this scale to do their dissertations, to do their PhD. I think, the scale is highly reliable and validated. And some of you are interested, I think, you can go to that particular scale and to see that, how do we measure this particular higher education quality. And also, as my predecessor spoke about NAC and NIRF, I think, the NAC is going to measure quality. NIRF is also trying to speak about the relative quality of one institution to other institution, who is doing better, who is not doing better, and what is the rank, how they are going to improve. There are 5 parameters of NIRF. They are speaking about graduate outcomes, they are speaking about TLR, they are speaking about research, they are speaking about graduate outcomes, they are speaking about inclusivity, and they are speaking about perception. I think these are the 5 parameters we have. And all these parameters, the NIRF and 7 criteria of NAC, they are trying to assure the stakeholder that, this institution has quality. So that means, this is all kind of a philosophy of quality, need for quality, challenges in measuring the quality, what are the various tools and techniques available to measure the quality. But what we need to do is we need to improve the quality, for which we need to start right from curriculum design, outcome-based education, sustainability, usage of technology, integration of technology, and employability, holistic development, collaborations, placements. I think making students entrepreneurs, interdisciplinary research, cross-disciplinary research, mobilizing the funding, getting funding from the government. If not, I think you need to get the funding from industries, funding from philanthropists, and we should also probably look at patents, intellectual property, publications, citations. I think, the quality is nothing but if you take 7 criteria of NAC and 5 parameters of NIRF put together, and some of the theories, what I mentioned here, if you combine all of them, I think we can measure quality. Of course, there are a lot of challenges. Since it is online session, I could not probably make the session interactive. But had it been offline, I think, we would have got more insights into this. and hopefully some other time, we can have a offline session. So with this, I'll stop here. My time is up, 1:30. Thank you very much. And if you have any specific questions, I would like to take it up.
Uh, Thank you, sir. Thank you for your sharing your expertise and inspiring us with actionable takeaways. We are truly grateful for your valuable contribution to the seminar. Really, it was a great session, sir. And now I invite the participant if anyone has any question. Sir, I think there is no question. Now
Okay,
I
madam. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Now I invite Dr. Priyanka Singh, organizing secretary of the seminar, to deliver vote of thanks to our esteemed resource person for his valuable contribution. Dr. Priyanka Singh.
Thank you, Dr. Rajinder. On behalf of Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya, I thank Professor Rajashekhar Belamkonda for accepting our invitation and enriching our seminar as the plenary speaker despite his busy engagement. Thank you, sir. Your valuable insights on what quality entails with respect to all the stakeholders, people, processes, structures, and systems truly shall guide us in the right direction of quality enrichment. While counting on all the aspects, including faculty, student enrollment, skills, placement, but there is no area that he's left untouched. So all the areas that make the quality of HEIs complex, sir stressed that despite the complexity, they all need to be addressed. Sir, your reflections on one single parameter to measure quality for all HEIs horizontally and vertically to address the complex system of HEs in terms of nature of ownership is thought-provoking, and I sincerely hope if we get one such single parameter, if it is possible. Sir, you covered all the challenges that need to be addressed in terms of attaining quality in higher education. And I extend my sincerest thanks once again for gracing our seminar with your presence and with your deliberations. And we look forward to an extended association. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Priyanka. It's my pleasure. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Okay. Now it's time for a short lunch break, and I request to all the delegates that to join your parallel presentation tracks. That link has been already shared with you, and after the presentation, all you are requested to join the valedictory session at the sharp 3:30 on the same link. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
नमस्कार सर, वेलकम सर।
नमस्कार, आप सभी को नमस्कार।
नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार डॉक्टर, नमस्कार कृष्ण जी।
डॉक्टर कृष्ण कुमार, एसडी गुलजमाला कैंट।
नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार मैडम, नमस्कार जी।
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen present in this national seminar. It is my privilege to host the valedictory session of this insightful one-day online national seminar on strengthening quality in higher educational institutions, insights from accreditation process and quality assurance system. Today has been an enriching experience filled with valuable discussions, diverse perspectives, and actionable insights. And over the course of these enlightening sessions, we have explored a wide spectrum of ideas, strategies, and best practices for enhancing the quality and standards of higher educational system. And to formally extend a warm welcome to our esteemed chief guest, Professor Ashish Agrawal, and to set the tone for this significant occasion, I take immense pleasure for inviting our respected principal ma'am, Dr. Aarti Trehan, a guiding light of our institution and a source of constant inspiration. So, Dr. Trehan, may I now request you to kindly deliver the welcome address. Welcome you, ma'am, and over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Hema. Namaskar, sir. Honorable Chief Guest of Valedictory Session of National Seminar, Professor Ashish Agarwal ji, Director IQAC, GJUST Hisar, our esteemed resource persons, worthy delegates, Convener of Seminar, Dr. Poonam Sivach, Organizing Secretaries of Seminar, Dr. Hema, Dr. Swati, Dr. Priyanka Singh, and members of Organizing Committee. A very good afternoon to all of you. It is with immense pleasure and honor when I welcome you all to the valedictory session of National Seminar. Welcome you on the National Seminar on Strengthening Quality in Higher Educational Institutions, Insights from Accreditation Process and Quality Assurance Systems. Today, during the National Seminar, topic of profound importance was discussed, deliberated, and new insights were received to enhance quality in higher educational institutions. At the heart of today's seminar lied a shared aspiration to explore to innovative strategies, sustainable practices, and collaborative approaches to redefine the standards of higher education. Now, at its valedictory session of seminar, it is a great honor to have Professor Ashish Agarwal ji, Director IQAC, GJUST Hisar, as our chief guest. Sir, I extend a warm welcome and hearty welcome to you. Your session today promises to guide us towards actionable strategies and deeper understanding of how to elevate standards of higher education with your expertise and tireless dedication. I also express my gratitude to you, sir, for sparing your valuable time.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. I also welcome all the delegates during the valedictory session. I convey my sincerest congratulations to convener of seminar, Dr. Poonam Sivach, organizing secretaries of this seminar, Dr. Hema, Dr. Swati, Dr. Priyanka Singh, and all the members of organizing committee for the success of the seminars. With these words, I end my words. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing this, for delivering this welcome address. And now it's a matter of pleasure for all of us. We are approaching the conclusion of the seminar in the last session, valedictory session of the national seminar. So now let us reflect on the key takeaways and express gratitude to everyone who contributed to this success. To begin, let us briefly revisit the highlights of the whole day. And for this, first of all, I invite Dr. Jyoti from Department of Chemical Engineering, MMTU, Uttar Pradesh. So, Dr. Jyoti, ma'am.
Very good afternoon to all of you, ma'am. Myself, Dr. Jyoti, Assistant Professor at MMM UT Gorakhpur in Department of Chemical Engineering. Ma'am, it was indeed a nice experience, and I am thankful to organizers for providing me this opportunity to serve as session chair. And I have seen 24 presenters in a track that shows dedication, efforts, and hard work of the organizers, that they have gathered such a nice igniting minds, having ideas on quality of education, sustainability, and quality in higher education institutions. As well as I am thankful that I myself also come across the new ideas and the new points which we can include in our technical education, or we can say higher education, to improve the quality of education. Thank you so much, ma'am, and for this valuable experience. Thanks for inviting.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And now, our next delegate, I invite Dr. Virendra Singh Dhillon, Associate Professor in Maharaja Agrawal College, Jagadri, for presenting his feedback. regarding today's seminar.
Thank you, ma'am. It was really a very intellectual, I would say, experience, and the opportunity given by the institution to act as a resource person and chairing a session was tremendous, because there were 25 papers in the session, and the effort of the organizers was well paid. So the theme as well as the concept of the seminar really need discussion in higher education institutions, so that we can have new ideas to implement NEP 2020 as well as the accreditation process which higher education goes for through NAC. So it was really a very good experience, and I am thankful the principal and the organizing team for giving me such an opportunity. It was very, I would say, exercise which all higher education needs to do before they go for any accreditation process. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, for presenting the report of this seminar, I invite Dr. Swati Atri ma'am from the Department of Computer Science in our college and organizing secretary of the seminar. So over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Hema Sukija. A very good evening to one and all. I am Dr. Swati Atri, organizing secretary of the seminar. Feels highly honored and privileged to deliver the detailed report of the seminar. The Directorate General of Higher Education, Haryana approved one-day online national seminar entitled Strengthening Quality in Higher Educational Institutions, Insights from Accreditation Process and Quality Assurance System, successfully organized by the Internal Quality Assurance Cell of Haryana, Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya Shahabad Markanda on January 18, 2025. The seminar was scheduled to be organized in 4 sessions, that is inaugural session, technical session 1, 2 and validity session, with the objective to enhance the understanding of the internal quality and assurance process in higher education institution. The seminar began at 9:30 a.m. with the inaugural session. In inaugural session was coordinated by Dr. Priyanka Singh, organizing secretary of the seminar. The session commenced by seeking the blessing from Goddess Saraswati by reciting Saraswati Vandana. Principal Dr. Atif Rehan extended a warm welcome to the esteemed guests, dignitaries, management members, and participants joining across the states and the nation. The theme of the seminar was presented by Dr. Poonam Sivash, convener of the seminar. Seminar witnessed the participation of 204 delegates from Delhi, Chandigarh, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Jammu Kashmir, Punjab, Rajasthan, and various different educational institutions all over the Haryana. The event aimed to explore the key strategies, frameworks, and practices in the accreditation process and quality assurance system to foster excellence in higher education. The keynote address was delivered by Professor Ashok Verma, Dean Faculty of Arts and Languages and Director IQAC, BPS Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur Kala, Sonipat. He elaborated on the core objective of quality assurance systems, its challenges, focusing on strategic planning, stakeholder engagement, and continuous improvement. His insightful session set the tone for the meaningful discussions throughout the seminar. The presidential address was delivered by the chief guest of the inaugural session, Professor Sudesh, Vice Chancellor, BPS Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur, Sonipat. She highlighted the significance of accreditation process and the quality assurance mechanism in shaping the future of higher educational institutions. She emphasized the role of institutional accountability in maintaining high educational standards. The inaugural session was concluded with a word of thanks by Dr. Poonam Sivash, convener of the seminar, and IQAC coordinator Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya Shahabad. After a short tea break, we move into the first technical session coordinated by Dr. Rajendra Kaur, IQAC member and librarian, Arikanya Mahavidyalaya Shahabad. And it comprised of two plenary talks. Plenary talk 1 was delivered by Dr. Girdhar Gopal, Assistant Professor and Head Department of Computer Science, SD College, Ambala, Kent. He emphasized on the quality enhancement parameters in HEIs and their documentations. Plenary talk 2 was delivered by Professor Rajashekhar Balamkonda, Senior Professor from School of Management Studies, University of Hyderabad. He provided an in-depth knowledge on quality measurement in HEIs. After that, the word of thanks of both the resource person was done by Dr. Poonam Sivaj, convener of the seminar. And technical session 1 was followed by the technical session 2. In the second technical session, it features 123 PowerPoint presentations conducted across the 5 panel tracks. All the tracks were coordinated by our session coordinators. A total of 204 participants and delegates actively participated by attending the technical session and presenting their research work, showcasing innovative approaches and practical insights into the quality assurance and accreditation system. Each session was moderated by designated chairpersons who facilitated discussions and provided constructive feedback to the participants. Coming to the last session of the seminar, that is valedictory session, the session is being coordinated by Dr. Hema Sukhija, organizing secretary of the seminar. And firstly, Dr. Atik Rehan, Principal Arikanya Mahavidyalaya Shahabad, welcome our chief guest, Professor Ashish Agrawal, Department of Physics and Director, IQAC, Guru Jambeshwar University of Science and Technology, Hisar. And we will be continuing with the valedictory address from Professor Ashish Agrawal in this session. And next, the feedback was shared by Dr. Jyoti, Department of Chemical Engineering, MUT, Uttar Pradesh, and Dr. Virendra Singh Dhilo from Maharaja Agarsen College, Jagadri, reflecting their positive experiences and the value gained from the seminar. The seminar successfully achieved its objective by enhancing the understanding of internal quality assurance processes among the participants through insightful keynote addresses and technical sessions. National and international best practices were shared, offering valuable insights into the quality enhancement in education. Through engaging the plenary talks and interactive discussion, challenges faced during the accreditation process were identified and the practical solutions were proposed. Finally, the seminar provided a robust platform for dialogue among the policymakers, academic leaders, quality assurance experts, and research scholars, fostering a collaborative environment for knowledge sharing and strategic plans. Thank you all. Now, I would like to hand over the session to Dr. Hema Sukhija, Organizing Secretary and the session coordinator of this valedictory session for further proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you, Swati ma'am, for presenting the whole report of today's seminar. And now we are in the next part of this valedictory session, the most important part. So it is my honor and privilege to invite our esteemed chief guest, Professor Ashish Agrawalji, from the Department of Physics and the Director of the Internal Quality Assurance Cell at Guru Jambeshwar University of Science and Technology, Hisar, to deliver the valedictory address. Professor Agrawal, with his profound knowledge and vast experience in academic excellence and quality assurance, is a source of inspiration for all of us. We are truly fortunate to have him with us today. Professor Agrawal, presently working as a professor in the Department of Physics, Guru Jambeshwar University of Science and Technology, Hisar. He is one of the founder faculty of the department since 1996. He completed his MSc with gold medal, MPhil, PhD in physics from Maharishi Dayanand University, Rohtak. His research interest includes hydroelectric cell, crystal structure at polycrystalline materials, electrical and optical properties of oxide glasses, rare earth, transition metal doped glasses, synthesis and characterization of glass metal nanocomposite, nanoferrites, oxide ceramics, and multiferroic composites. Professor Agrawal was honored with Boys Caste Fellowship of DST, New Delhi Government of India, for carrying out research at University of Essex, UK during 2005-06. He has published about 201 research articles in international journals. Sir, this is a biggest achievement, really. At present, H index is 35, I-10 index is 114, with more than 3,796 citations on Google Scholar. He has presented more than 30 research papers, including invited talks in various national, international conferences, workshops, etc., including at Parma, Italy, Kyoto, Japan, Singapore, Hungary, etc. He has handled more than 8 research projects funded by UGC, AICTE, DST, CSIR, etc. And under his guidance, 15 students have been completed, awarded PhD degree, and 6 students are pursuing. He is a reviewer for many international journals of reputed journals, and he is also director of internal quality assurance cell at GJUST, Assam. So I welcome you, sir, on behalf of our college, Aryakanya Mahavidyalaya Shahabad, as an organizing secretary of this national seminar. And so now, may I kindly request you to grace this seminar and share your valuable insights with us. So over to you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Poonam Maurya. Thank you very much for introducing me to the participants of this one-day online national seminar. So I also extend my sincere thanks to Principal Madam, Dr. Trehan, and thanks to Dr. Poonam Sivaj for giving me an opportunity to interact with all of you. Am I audible, or should I just a minute? Let me check it.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, just. So I am beginning on a lighter note, like most of us are faculty members in different departments in sciences, social sciences, literature, and this once we deal with our subject in classroom or anywhere for research, so that kind of responsibility is different. Once your institution goes for either for accreditation or ranking. So sometimes science people find it difficult initially how to go for accreditation and ranking. Like in our university, I am just starting an example. We were not applying for international ranking like Times Higher Education ranking. We were never applying to it. Neither Kurukshetra University applies for it, neither MD University applies for it. So we started applying in 2016. So our university first time we appeared in Times ranking in 2022. But we kept on applying. So, but sometimes it appears the most of the people we feel that what is the need of accreditation and what is the need of ranking. So that is a biggest challenge for all of us. So first of all, I will just let me share my slide. Just a minute. Let me share some content from. Just a minute. Entire stream. So I think it is shared. Let me open the file. I am starting this address about discussing about, as we all are aware that NAC has changed the accreditation process. So earlier there was a different kind of system, and NAC a committee was proposed by NAC as Radhakrishnan committee, and they revised the framework. Screen is visible to all of you? Hello?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. So the key recommendations of this committee, I am starting from this, then I will also discuss about the challenges which almost all of us face the challenges. So key recommendations of this as Radhakrishnan committee is that now there will be binary accreditation. Either the institute will be accredited or non-accredited. And the ranking, the accreditation will be, there will be level 1 to level 5, but that will be maturity based graded levels. So level 1, level 5 will be for the institutions of global excellence, for multidisciplinary research and education, and level 1 to 4 is for institutions of national excellence. So NAC has placed its recommendation on the website, and they are most likely they are in the pipeline, and sooner whenever an institute goes for accreditation, so we have to follow these new recommendations. The other good thing, the committee which has suggested, which will help all of us, is one nation, one data platform. So there will be single point data entry by higher educational institute with a provision for periodic updates. So that will enable ease of doing business by the higher education institutes and the agencies. The point 2 regarding one data, one nation is data validation and verification by respective agencies, and single version of the truth to be achieved through APIs, whatever score is claimed by us. Stakeholders crowdsourcing as an approach for further validation and to ensure reliability of data submitted by higher education institutes. So this will certainly help all the higher education institutes once one nation, one data platform is launched by the Government of India, Ministry of Education. And the third key recommendation is to enable a choice-based ranking system for diverse users. So there will be potential users like students, funding agencies, industries. So they could be enabled to make a more informed choice for studies, research, and consultancy. The fourth recommendation by the committee is due consideration of processes, outcome, and impact dimensions. So that has been changed a lot now. So there will be due consideration of these 3 parameters. So accredit with appropriate consideration for input, processes, outcome, and impact across different attributes of higher education institutes. So instead of more input centric, so now ranking will be more input centric. And there are certain other additional key recommendations. So one of them is consider heterogeneity of higher education institute for defining metrics. Now we are aware about the different metrics which are there in the existing 7 parameters of NAC. So now new metrics have come into place, and so heterogeneity of there are various kinds of higher education institute. So new metrics will also be designed. So the second recommendation is include all HEIs and all programs under accreditation. So it is like consider the statutory dispensations. Number 3 is handhold and mentor the institute. So that will also take place. Then develop a unified elicitation goal. So in this case, to collect the superset of data from HEIs for the varied purposes, like once the data is collected, that will be used for approval, accreditation, and ranking. There will no need to upload the data again and again and again, which is a practice till now. Trust the institution. So there is a need to trust the institution by government as well. So ensure public disclosure of relevant data by HEIs to enhance the overall credibility. Then amalgamate program and institution accreditation. So considering their interdependency and involve a composite assessment system. The 7th recommendation is further build a robust outreach mechanism. So that will be the effective method for hand-holding the potential entrants. So these timelines and past December 2024, but NAC has also issued a letter in June 2024 that these are in place. So at present, the new framework has not been is not available on the NAC website, but sooner, maybe in a couple of months or in 3 months. So this new framework will be applicable to all HEIs. So there will be only 2 manuals, one for university and one for colleges. So these are the recommendations of this S. Radhakrishnan committee. So other objective of the binary accreditation is that accredit large number of HEIs through a light but tight methodology. So that and a focus on outcomes and processes with less on inputs. So what are the outcome and processes after giving an input? So there will be more focus. Then technology driven system with no or minimal manual involvement. trust institutions, and then robust mechanism for handholding the potential new entrants, and mentor the institutions falling far below the standards for accreditation. So I think some of the audience might be aware with this new framework. Just a minute, let me just a minute. So there are, earlier we know that there were 7 criteria. Now there are, in the new framework, there are 10 attributes. So first, out of those 10 attributes, first 4 attributes, like in this one, table 1 to 4, they've been labeled as input. Then 5, 5th, 6th, 7th, they have been labeled as process. Then 8th, 9th, and 10th, they are the outcome. And then uniqueness and students is also added at the button. I can say it is at 11th number. So in the input, there will be curriculum design, faculty resources, infrastructure, financial resources, and management. So these 4 will form the input for accreditation. Then in the process, learning and teaching, then extended curriculum engagements, governance and administration. And in the outcome, there will be student outcomes, research and innovation outcome, and sustainability outcome, including green initiatives. So the more, so now the emphasis is on process and outcome as per new framework, which is most likely to be in place very soon. So there are many, again, there are many things which we need for, like input 1. Input 1 is curriculum design. So there will be now 8, just a minute, about, there will be 8 metrics for this input 1 curriculum design. So first one is outcome based curriculum. Second one is stakeholder participation. Third one is curriculum flexibility. Fourth one is practical and industrial focus. Fifth one is practical and skill orientation. Sixth one is online and blended mode of education. Seventh is curriculum revision, and the 8th one is Indian knowledge system. So these are recommendations of as Radhakrishnan committee. They are outcome of the NEP 2020, because in NEP 2020, so there will be National Assessment Council rather than NAC and NBA. So they will be merged into one unit, National Assessment Council. So based on that, so these are this report is based on after implementation of NEP 2020 by Government of India. So this is input 2. So input 2, there are 6 parts for input 2. Faculty resources. So it's a broad heading. So first one is recruitment. Second one is pay and allowances. Third is faculty diversity. Then faculty development, faculty retention, and faculty student ratio. So they will form the part of input 2. Similarly for input 4. So there will be input 4 is financial resources and management. Some of them are missing because these slides are of the screenshot by a workshop by NAC, which was held in March 2024. So this is, I'm taking as an example. So there are many in this input 4. So there are 6 part will cover in input: capital income of the institute, then revenue income, capital expenditure, revenue expenditure, sustainability and growth, financial control. So these are the fourth input. Now after input, so there are processes and outcomes. So as an example for the process, so this is the 6th, 7th one in the earlier table. So in 7th, so this is the process: governance and administration. So its first part is statutory compliance, then institutional development plan, then e-governance, then student and employee welfare, then grievance handling mechanism, quality assurance system, then effective leadership, and inter-university collaboration. So they all will form the part of the process 7. Similarly, in the previous table, so outcome. So this is the part of 8, 9, and 10. They are the outcome. So in 8, first student outcome will be measured. So outcome first one will be measured through placement or employment of the students, then academic progression of the student, and the third one is self-employment or entrepreneurship by the student. Then 4th one is competitive examination. 5th one is awards, prizes, recognition in curriculum and extended curriculum areas. 6th is an enrollment ratio. and ninth one is graduation rate, and eighth one is student alumni learning experience. So these are all outcomes will be measured. So in outcome 9, so it is research and innovation outcome. So again, there are many metrics in this one. So first one is EMR grants, second one is research publications, then research quality, PhD awarded, research fellowships, IPR produced, then research collaboration, number of student startups. So they are all part of outcome 9. And in outcome 10, sustainability and green initiative by the Higher Education Institute. So first metric is will deal with the community activities by the institute, then waste and water management, then progressing towards net zero. Then next one is green audit and initiatives, collaboration with industry and NGOs. Next one is green audit and sorry, this is repeated one. Next one is sorry, this is again just a minute. Repeat by couple of times. So these were the major things which were there in the recommendation committee by S. Radhakrishnan committee, which proposed the because NAC has also in 2017 we know that NAC proposed a new framework. There was an online assessment system. But we are aware that there were visit by the peers and then assessment was done based on their visit and the report which was produced by the Higher Education Institute. But in the new framework in 2017, so it became 70% became roughly online assessment and 30% become offline assessment. And in the newer framework, which is likely to be placed within a couple of months or in 6 months, although NAC has stated they will implement it in December 2024, so it is little bit delayed by NAC. So there will be accreditation, either binary accreditation system is there. The purpose of the NAC for accreditation is that most of the institutes must apply for accreditation. So because we all come from those people who from Haryana, we know that many times we receive guidelines from government of Haryana that most of the colleges they are not accrediting, and government has made a mentor-mentee kind of thing through Higher Education Council, and there are many mentee colleges and mentor colleges and mentor universities as well. So there are many challenges in case of accreditation. So if I talk like first of all, when we talk about quality of the institute, so the first important part is the quality, which quality of the institute depends upon many factors. So one of them is, if I remember, just I'm saying I did my BSc from Government College Jhajjar in 1990. So if I remember, I did my 11th and 12th also from Government College Jhajjar, and then BSc I stayed for 5 years in Government College Jhajjar. I still remember the kind of teachers were there. Those being a science student, most of the teachers being science students, so they never allowed us to leave the college before completion of our practicals. Not on the day of examination, every day. Even the science block was working in that Government College. I am talking between 85 to 90. So none of the science teacher moved out of the college whenever there is lab, and they used to leave us by 3:30 p.m., 4 p.m. until we draw the result, we plot the graph, and we do complete experiment. So over a period, if we see because of this online availability of resources for the students, now in the current scenario, the things have changed a lot. In online scenario, if we see it from the perspective of a student, there are many, even on NPTEL, there are science experiments are available. So even there is IIT Kanpur professor has uploaded almost all the experiments for BSc and MSc Physics, general experiments. So for MSc Physics, not of any particular specialization, general experiments for MSc Physics. Similarly for other science subjects as well. So those kinds of facilities are available, but these are for naturally for those students where resources are less, and there is FSR is not good. So teachers are not available, and then student can understand. Though if you see, anybody can see those NPTEL video lectures on practicals. So you will find it amazing. Student will understand easily what is the part the teacher is delivering to them. So that option is also there. But over the period, the quality, if I take even in Haryana, so I also did my master's at MD University Rohtak. So over a period, if I remember my older generation, whether it is physics, chemistry, mathematics, in any kind of thing. So over a period, that although there are resources have increased, but the student is not. I don't know in other colleges, but the student is not. They are not studying books regularly. They are not aware of who has written the book, but they might be aware of the chapter which he has to study in his books. Even in I hope in some part of Haryana, in southern part of Haryana, and in remote districts of Haryana, because students, many students take admission in our university, when I ask them how many experiments do you have done, so they say they have done 2 experiments, three experiments. They have not seen even basic instruments, very basic instruments. So that is a part of, that is not on the part of the student, but that is the part of quality education challenge for the college. Recruitment is also one of them. We know that recruitment are not in much offering nowadays. Earlier, as used to be there in previous times, because most of in our university system, even we have many contract teachers and guest faculty teachers. So that is also a challenge to improve the quality of education if we talk in this respect. The other point I said, why we need accreditation and why should we go for ranking system. So this is because we are even if it is a public funded university or even a private college, so we are responsible to our society. So once if we are responsible to society, and then we must go for accreditation. So the advantage of accreditation and applying for ranking is that we are able to assess our position with respect to, if there is a national ranking framework in NIRF, we are able to assess where are we, and it sets we can set a goal how to improve our accreditation score or grade. Now, although it has gone on, now there will be levels, and in ranking, in NIRF ranking, every institute, once you start applying and you get a rank, then the focus is also there on improving it. So if you want to improve a rank, then naturally everybody will have to work hard. There is an advantage. If you get a rank, then the resources are to be mobilized in such a way, whether it is human resources or hardware resources, or research equipment, or any kind of equipment, purchase of equipment. So that is there. So it sets a good feel among the society that if an institute is ranked, if colleges are ranked, then definitely there is for the students and alumni, that is always a proud moment. His college or his institute or his college in university has been ranked. So that helps us, and that is also, but although that is not mandatory, ranking, applying for NIRF ranking is not mandatory, but there are many potential colleges in Haryana which I understand that, but they are not. I'm sure they are not applying for ranking, but they should apply for NIRF ranking. Although challenges are there, but we should go for measure. That is a part of measurement that will give us a score. So by knowing our score, we are able to assess where are we in country, or we can see that in Haryana as well. We want to see. So that is also there. The other, we are aware that in NBA, like in NBA accreditation, so all the programs, those in BTech programs, and the NBA program is there, and NBA approved programs are there. So NBA is quite strict. So once you go for accreditation of program, so NBA accreditation, so that is also very strict measure, and but that tells us where we are standing, where our program is standing, for which institute goes for NBA program, particularly for BTech and MTech programs, MBA programs. So almost in all the universities, most of the programs are. Sometimes it happens that if a BTech program is, they are not going for an NBA accreditation, it means there is something which they don't want to share with AICT or something. So this is very, so all the institutes should come forward for NBA approval of their BTech, MTech or MBA program. Apart from that, so as per NEP 2020, we know that the challenge is that the government, so this is a part of challenge for us, because in NEP 2020, government has envisaged that we have to increase gross enrollment ratio in higher education up to 50% by 2035. So 10 years are left now. So gross enrollment ratio is to be increased up to 50%. So that is again becomes a challenge for all the higher education institute, keeping in view the available resources. Suppose if enrollment has increased, if you see Haryana, enrollment has increased in a very large number in all the HEIs, in all the state universities. There are about roughly around 25 state universities, and there are many colleges. So if you compare it with a decade or 40 years back, so there were less number of colleges, there were less number of enrollment, less number of universities. So that is there, because education purpose of the government is to increase in higher education, gross enrollment ratio should increase. So, but again, if we increase it, but without any support from government, it becomes difficult to implement quality education. If we need to deliver in quality education, so that becomes the part of the government has to own a responsibility that they must provide funds and faculty. Only then, if we only by just merely increasing the number of UG and PG students, it will not help us for maintaining the quality. And even if we increase the gross enrollment ratio, so purpose of NEP will be defeated without so that is a challenge for all the colleges and even for the universities. So we hope that government is also looking into these things, that they will provide funds to all the higher education institutes, including colleges and universities, so that implementation of NEP 2020 becomes easier. The other part I want to extend is that so I was talking about both assessment and NIRF ranking. So I'm not sure among the participants how many colleges apply for ranking. NIRF ranking I'm talking about. So even this year, I think Haryana Education Council has stated that all colleges should, and DGHE has also stated that they should apply, but that is not mandatory. So that is also a challenge, because we consider in Haryana we have many potential colleges. I know that there may be more than 50 or more than 100 potential colleges, whether they may be aided or government colleges. There are potential colleges, and they can become center of excellence once if they maintain their quality of education and they are provided with suitable resources by government. So definitely we will be able to make a position in nation. So at present, if I talk about just with respect to Haryana in NIRF ranking, so 3 institutes figure like Kurshetra University is there, MD University Rohtak is there, Guru Jambheshwar University is there. So there is a hand-holding mechanism. DGHE is also hand-holding some of the institutes. Similarly, other universities are also hand-holding other institutes, so that they also go for ranking. So that's all. Hello. There is signal. Hello, Dr. Poonam.
Continue, sir, continue.
Yes, sir.
So that is the challenge for us, being because we are the most important part, faculty members of any HEI. That is the most important part. We have to shape the future of our students and future of our institute. So naturally, first, future of a student is most important for us, but because hand-holding is mandatory for students as well. So if we own our students, then only then we can shape the future of our students, and that will, because that is the role which has been assigned to us. Apart from, because teaching is all about that, making good human beings and hand-holding them, and career is definitely career for students, because without career, if we talk about just UG and PG degree, that will not help us. So career is also there, because that is there. They will become good human beings. Our students are, they are good human beings, they will become. But career is also, from students' point of view and their parents' point of view, career is very, very important for them. So So that is needed. I hope in some of the session that might have been discussed about this accreditation and ranking. So we need to improve our quality. We need to keep ourselves updated, educated. So now there are many on NEP 2020 and other things. There are many seminars by on the academics, MMTs, this Mother Mohan Malviya training centers. So for teachers, so they are holding good talks. So we have to keep updated ourselves. And I don't understand how we will bring our students back to library. So because now these e-resources are available to them, although they are good, but how they will come back to library. And so because if they come back to library only, then or they read some good books, then their career they will achieve whatever they want to do. So that was all from my side. Hello, Dr. Poonam. So we can have open, if you want to have open discussion with any of the participant.
Thank you, sir. And now it is open for the delegates. The session is open for the delegates. If you have any query, you can ask.
Sir, I have a query. Sir, have you
sure.
any knowledge up to what time this new accreditation process criteria will be available?
Because as per just a minute, I just open because there was a letter. Just a minute, I think NAC has just quoted a. Just a minute. So NAC was planning to implement it from December 2024. Just a minute.
Any other participant?
Just a minute. So NAC initially NAC has stated that they will implement it in December 2024, but there is a letter on just on the NAC website on dated this. Just a minute. Screen this latest letter. This is just a minute. This is the NAC reform and accreditation. So this is the letter dated, latest letter dated, which is available on the NAC website, dated 27th of January. So here they have again that they will be implementing that they are talking about the binary accreditation. So this notification is there, but they were saying that they will implement it with effect from December 2024. But no new manual is not available on the NAC website apart from the S. Radhakrishnan report. No new because definitely new manuals are to be drafted by NAC. So I think the things are in the pipeline, but at present the things are on hold in NAC. At present, as far as this new accreditation mechanism is status. So this was the press release on 27 January, and then there is also a latest notice. So they have allowed on 29th June. So here, just a minute. It is not loading. So, but they have at present the things are on hold. So this is the letter they they posted on 29th of May on in 2024. Then still the things are on, as far as new framework is concerned, things are on hold.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, sure.
Dr. Emma, please.
Okay. So thank you very much, sir. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Professor Ashish Agrawalji for his insightful address on the topic Status of Quality in Higher Educational Institutions and Role of Accreditation and Rankings for Improving it. Thank you, sir, for shedding light on such a significant subject and for motivating us to work towards elevating the quality of higher education. And now it's a time to express our heartfelt gratitude to all those who made this national seminar possible. So to deliver the vote of thanks to our valedictory session chief guest and whole team, I invite Dr. Poonam Sivaj, convener of the seminar and IQAC coordinator, to kindly share their words of gratitude. And so over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Hema Sukija. So very good evening, Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Ashish Agarwal ji, respected Principal Ma'am, Dr. Aarti Trehan, and respected management members, guests, and worthy participants. I, Dr. Poonam Shivaj, Coordinator IQAC and convener of this national seminar, feel highly privileged and honored for being asked to propose a vote of thanks on behalf of Arya Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Shahabad, Markanda. First of all, I extend my sincere and hearty thanks to our worthy chief guest of this valedictory session, Professor Ashish Agarwal ji, Department of Physics and Director IQAC, Guru Jambheshwar University of Science and Technology, Hisar, for enlightening us regarding quality assurance frameworks in an excellent way. We are highly grateful to you, sir, for accepting our invitation. You have shared your precious knowledge and time with us by giving wonderful, informative, valuable, and knowledgeable session. So you have successfully raised the level of all the participants. You have showed the road ahead to all of us regarding NAC accreditation. It will undoubtedly raise the quality assurance efforts in HEIs. It was really fortunate for us to be with you, sir. And we would try to be in contact with you in future also. So once again, thanks a lot of sir. Now I would like to express my special thanks to all the worthy participants whose huge participation and presence made our national seminar a great success. We are also thankful to our participants, Dr. Virender Singh Dhillon, Associate Professor, Maharaja Agrasen College, Jagadri, and Madam Jyoti, Department of Chemical Engineering, Madan Mohan Malviya University of Technology, Uttar Pradesh, for sharing their valuable feedback of the seminar. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Virender sir. Thank you, Madam Jyoti. We also wish to express our gratitude to our management and our principal, Dr. Aarti Trehan, for providing all sort of help, permissions, guidance, and motivation and cooperation in organizing this event. We are also thankful to press for taking coverage of today's event. At last, I express my deep sense of gratitude to all the members of organizing committee who have worked day and night for making this seminar a grand success. Also, special thanks to our technical support staff members for their cooperation and making the program successful by putting their special efforts. So, thank you all of you. Thank you, organizing committee members, Ashish Agarwal Sarji, Principal Ma'am, and all the participants for making this seminar a huge success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Poonam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Thank you,
thank you,
Madam.
ma'am. Sir, please. Sir, you want to say something?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Dr. Aarti.
Madam is joining, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you to all the team of the organizing committee. So, can I leave the meeting now?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye.
So now, in the end, we are concluding this session. So let us remember that quality enhancement is an ongoing journey. It requires collective support, concise improvement, and a commitment to excellence in all aspects of education. And we hope this seminar has inspired us all to take actionable steps towards strengthening quality in our institutions. And with this, we come to the formal closure of the seminar. Thank you once again for being a part of this remarkable event. Stay connected, stay inspired, and continue your continuous support in fostering excellence in education. And now, first of all, there is one instruction for all the delegates Feedback link will be shared in the chat box after national anthem or during that. So all are requested to fill that because link will be opened only for half an hour. So now let us sum up the national seminar with national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
So thanks a lot to all of you. So please fill the feedback form before leaving the meet.
Hema ma'am, there is a request for all the organizing committee members also to turn on their videos and have a group snap once again, virtual group snaps.
So please switch on the cameras.
All of you are requested to switch on your cameras.
All are requested to switch
So
on the cameras.
चैट में डालो तुम मैम थैंक्स ऑल थैंक्स ऑल
Thank you all the delegates. Some few are visible on the screen. Thank you all.
Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you, Suresh sir. Thank you.
Thanks to all the delegates and whole team for making this event successful.
Congratulations to all organizing team members. Congratulations, Poonam ma'am.
Thank you, Krishan. Thank you.
बहुत अच्छा था ये, अच्छा सब कुछ कवर हुआ इसमें सेमिनार में।
जरूरत है ना, नीड ऑफ द आवर है।
हाँ जी हाँ जी हाँ जी हाँ जी मैम, चलो
आपका तो फिर भी एक्रेडिटेशन है, बाकी बहुत कॉलेजेस हैं अभी नहीं जिन्होंने कराना है ना।
हाँ जी हाँ जी हाँ जी, ठीक है जी। थैंक यू आरती मैम, आपको अच्छा इनिशिएटिव ले रहे हो आप।
थैंक यू कृष्ण सर।
हाँ जी मैम, बहुत अच्छा है। ठीक है जी मैम, थैंक यू।
ठीक है, थैंक यू।
हाँ जी।